conference. So we invite you to sit down, please.
name is Carolina Jimenez. I'm a journalist, and I have the pleasure of welcoming you to this second version of CAF-ECLAC Conference. The subject for this year is the connecting the productivity challenge with productive development policies in Latin America and the Caribbean. For that, we will have outstanding speakers who have traveled from the whole region and others that are remotely with us in order to share viewpoints on this very relevant subject. Latin America and the Caribbean closed the decade 2014-2023 with an annual growth rate of zero that did not exceed the 0.2%. This is less than half of what had been achieved in the last decade. This low growth does not allow our region to address challenges related to poverty reduction, inequality, improvement in education, health, and climate change. Problems that, if they are not solved, they can jeopardize the good operation of our democracies, or in addition to low levels of investment. An explanation of this low growth lies in a productivity that has been stagnated during the last decades. Many are the situations or explanations or reasons behind this. However, one of the most important ones has been the inability of having diversity and generating a structural virtuous change in productive matrices of the region. To address this challenge of diversification and productive innovation, you need a higher scale and efficiency of productive development policies. On this day, throughout the different sessions, we hope to uh, consider implementation challenges for these policies, improving relations between public and private and territorial, and improve the role and of the International Development Bank. Also, capacity buildings and the need to close gaps of human talent. We would like to share with you an introductory video so as to begin our day. Latin America and the Caribbean closed this decade with a 0.8% growth rate, 2014, 2023, five times less than what the region grew. The per capita income only went from 6,000 to 8.5 or 8,500. Low growth of productivity since 2011. Total factor productivity has gone down, and productivity gap of Latin America and the Caribbean regarding the rest of the world has increased. The productivity levels in the region are heterogeneous among different players of the economic activity, among companies of one same sector and territories of one same country. To address productivity challenge will involve countries to scale up and improve productive development policies understood as those efforts that directly point to productive transformation of economies as a link to achieve more productive growth patterns, inclusive and sustainable. Productive transformation processes are cumulative and long term. They call for state policies transcending electoral time periods and assess economic and social demands so as to build a good project. To work on this productive policy development and coordination with national governments in a multi-level governance approach to address the needs of financing of small and big investments to have sustainable inclusive development, consider human talent gaps in order to leverage productive and creative capacities of all persons. CAF, Latin American Caribbean Development Bank, and the and DECLAC present the second edition of its annual conference, CAF-CEPAL, the challenge of improving productivity development policies in Latin America and the Caribbean, a regional space in the regional agenda for productive, sustainable, and inclusive development. Connecting the productivity challenge with productive development policies in Latin America and the Caribbean. CAF and ECLAC have worked jointly for the last 2 years in regarding their common mission, improving the quality of life of all those persons inhabiting Latin America and the Caribbean. This conference is part of that working agenda that is materialized in a series of annual events that CAF and ECLAC at, organize in order to address the 2030 Agenda challenges in Latin America and the Caribbean. We would like to invite each one of you to share your views in the social media, hashtag conference ECLAC, and follow our account at ECLAC in Facebook, Instagram, and X. We are broadcasting in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. I invite the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Jose Manuel Salazar Chirinac, so as to address some welcoming words for this event. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. Those who are here, uh, thanks to all those connected as well. And special thanks to Sergio Diaz Granados, Executive President of CAF, the Latin American Development Bank, and all the CAF team with whom we've been working for the successful development of this seminar that goes deep into this new phase of collaboration among our between our institutions for the development of the countries, peoples, and agendas of Latin America and the Caribbean. Also, greetings to Nicolas Grau, Minister of Economy, Promotion and Tourism of Chile, Germano Maño, President or Minister of Economy and Tourism of Colombia, Professor of Columbia University and former Minister of Finance of Colombia, Gonzalo Rivas, Head of Competitiveness Division of IDB, Adriana Alvarez from Brazil, Elena Montovio, Director of Sinterfor of ILO. A special greetings to the former President Eduardo Frei Ruiz-Tagle, former President of the Republic of Chile between 94 and the year 2000, who is with us. Mr. President, it's a privilege for ECLAC and CAF to have you here in this event. Now, to representatives of the diplomatic corps in Chile and officials of national and international agencies with us today. Finally, we greet all those who are with us face to face in this Raúl Prebisch room and also all those virtually connected with us. We are pleased to hold this joint seminar that addresses a subject which is absolutely key and central for the region and our institutions. I would like to begin with the context of why in ECLAC are we concentrating on productivity and productive development policies, and why do we consider this a subject of the greatest relevance for the region? The short answer is that we are fully convinced and we recommend countries and territories that to achieve a more productive, inclusive, and sustainable development pattern, it's urgent to improve productive development policies, which is precisely the title of this joint conference. It is something that goes to the heart of development models of the region, and that it is essential for the type of transformations that we need. This is a subject that I personally have worked significantly in the past when I was regional director of ILO for Latin America and the Caribbean. I focused on employment creation in productive development policies. We worked on clusters. We published a book on cluster policies in País Vasco as an example for Latin America, plus a research project where we documented the landscape of all productive development policies and those of clusters in Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, and Uruguay. So, one of my ambitions when I arrived here in ECLAC in October of 2022 has been to strengthen the work of ECLAC in this field. So, I was so pleased to increase to uh, ask Marcos Ginás to join us. I, I met him when he was leading cluster policies in Cundinamarca and Bogota. And why are we convinced that in order to achieve a more sustainable, productive, and inclusive development pattern, we need to increase productive development policies? It's a deep diagnosis.
The root of the problem is that the region is immersed in a very low growth trap that goes back a decade, as was indicated yesterday. And it's not just a low growth trap, it is also an inability to grow. And it's not that growth per se is everything, but the idea is to have growth with certain features that is inclusive, that is, reduces poverty, that reduces informality, that leads to good jobs, that gives provides social mobility through a dynamic labor market, and that creates a proper atmosphere to reduce inequality. And also, the idea is to have a green and sustainable growth that is friendly with nature and the planet. So, that is the sort of growth that we would like. But to have a development pattern with two key characteristics, being more inclusive and more sustainable, one essential condition is for growth to be high and sustained. Low and volatile growth, which is what we have in history, we will not go very far. Why? Well, because the major structural transformations that our pattern of development requires, for example, transition towards renewable energy, electromobility, towards a circular economy, towards more dynamic sectors, drivers of growth, towards the care society, to reduce gender inequalities. These and so many other transformations require new investment, new technology, new technological ecosystems, new enterprises, or the growth of the existing enterprises, and new skills for the labor force, new infrastructure. Now, the interesting thing here, and this turns the equation around, if the region invests, if the countries invest sufficiently in all of these new things that are required to have all this and move ahead with transformation, the necessary outcome will be higher, more sustained growth, more diversified, and more sophisticated, technologically speaking. That is, it is a contradiction to wait or expect that we will be driving major transformations in a region that grows on average 0.8%. And behind that 0.8%, there is no major transformation. By definition, there cannot be any. This is an equation with two sides to it. And so, if we want high growth, we need to further transformations. And if we do our job in the critical mass needed to have the transformations, we will have a higher level of growth and more sustained. And this is what the productive development policies are about, inducing dynamism and transformation in the economies and societies. Because it is in the productive development policies that we have the toolbox to guide growth in certain directions towards higher and sustainable rates, to have an incidence on the economic transformation processes to be more inclusive and sustainable. And also, we must be clear about the following. Every international experience of successful countries teaches us that economic and social development does not occur spontaneously. It needs to be governed, managed, directed, and induced. And also teaches us that the effective way of doing this is with the engagement of all actors, public, private, academia, and civil society. And hence, we understand the productive development policies as collaborative efforts among everyone, all of these players, in order to identify, address bottlenecks that may be restricting our productive transformation and so therefore our productivity. And that is why we consider it is essential to elaborate on the issues related to governance of productive development. Understanding governance very broadly, not only as a coordination mechanism, that of course are of key relevance, committees, councils, working groups, and executive groups, competitiveness councils, and so on, but also less just rules of the game, the institutional dynamics, and the incentives that allow an alignment of multiple players, resources, and efforts around strategic agendas in terms of productive development. And so it's also important to say that we understand productive development policies under an approach that embraces uncertainty, an approach that literature has called experimentalist governance, and other Harvard professors call PDI and Apple problem driven equitative transformation. But a new public management paradigm in a volatile world that is full of surprises, a world that changes, and where we cannot live with the old paradigm that public management, where they do plans for 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and they are assessed every 2, 3, 4, or 5 years. In 2, 3, 4, 5 years, the world has changed radically, and the policy is obsolete. So that is the basic idea here of the experimentalist governance. It's not a matter of understanding that every action is tentative and must be reviewed over time. So it is an approach, understanding management of policies that's collaborative and iterative processes so that the identification as well as the solution is based on the collaboration of many players, based on interactions or constant iterations that lead to collectively identifying solutions and their sustained implementation over time. In other words, it is a model management that includes uh, implementation, assessment, and re-implementation in an iteration. And allow me to reflect on this because this is something that I have with the social compacts or compacts for anything, in fact. Because, well, a compact is important, reaching an agreement and having a series of commitments on paper. But more than compacts, or in addition to a compact, what you need is this sort of collaborative process. And the compact comes to an end, and that is the frustration when you sign a document of agreement. That is when the difficult period starts, which is who is going to execute this and how will the various players collaborate so that these agreements and the aims and the directions and aspirations at play may be met. And that is what is online, and that is the type of policies for productive development. The modern ones that we are driving are like that. And and that is why we have changed our terminology a little. Where ECLAC, we're no longer speaking of industrial policies. No, because we don't need, not because you don't need industrial policies, because there are many misunderstandings in that respect. And as a rule, it's understood. And now that the US and other countries have very full industrial policies with very generous subsidies, the sort of policies that Latin America cannot do because there is no fiscal space for that. And so what we're proposing is this modern approach that productive development policies imply collaboration among actors in order to resolve human talent, productivity, innovation, or achieving targets. This does not mean to say that they're low cost and they don't need financing, but the financing does not come from a packet of subsidies that is tremendous of millions and billions of dollars agreed on by Congress. No, financing is when you bring together all actors in a cluster for medical devices or agriculture or a mining cluster or for uh, whatever. And then they say, these actors, this is where our shoes are a bit tight. And this is what we need. We need laboratories, we need cold chains, we need this profile of people, this talent. And that is where you need to invest. right? But it's a very efficient way of doing a search for investment because it is the actors themselves in the field that are saying this. It is them, the businessmen, the agencies, the public agencies that know intimately the microeconomy of the sector, the technology of the sector, and that may even prioritize the sort of investment required. So that is it. So of course you need to convert, yes, but it is led by the actors themselves, and there are many creative ways of financing those efforts, both with domestic resources as well as the international development banks. So we are convinced that a good part of the action in terms of productive development must occur at local level with local actors in the countries, the national south. That's another change. We have a very long standing top down tradition, but now we need to convert. And so that is why we have been promoting that at territorial level, in the length and breadth of the continent, we should have very deep territorial agendas with productive development policies at national level with an arrangement of multi level governance and coordination. And then, on the one hand, we have been promoting cluster initiatives as a concrete way of organizing these efforts for productive development in territories, that is, working with these agglomerations of enterprises as a whole. And in December, last December, we launched the platform of cluster initiatives and other initiatives for productive articulation at territorial level in aiming to make visible and also strengthen and scale up all initiatives of this type that were occurring in the region. And also, we have been fostering a subnational level of government, Latin America and the Caribbean. The first meeting we held a few weeks back, and we had a very good turnout, which shows that local actors are eager to take in their own hands the reins of reproductive development. And in recent years, around the world and countries of the region, the conversation on economic risks is dominated by the crisis waterfall cascade. Of course, we have seen this because it has harshly hit countries, particularly since 2020, the pandemic, the high interest rates, and destruction of value chains in debt, war in Ukraine, Gaza, and geopolitical tensions and so on. All of these very, very relevant elements contribute to worsen and make more difficult the economic and social situation in the countries of the region, as we have been reporting, monitoring in our publications. And there is no doubt that many governments are in a crisis management mode and a short term management mode within this cascade of clashes. But what we're going to talk about here at the seminar is the development in a more classic sense. This is a conversation around the instruments and efforts to have an influence on the deep changes needed by productive sectors in our countries, changes in the direction of greater dynamism, diversification, technological sophistication, greater productivity, a more speedier structural change, and therefore better jobs and prosperity. In sum, today we will be speaking of the major productive transformation required by our countries to get out of this low ability to grow trap, the inability to create quality jobs, low levels of investment, high levels of poverty and informality, and dualism and productive delay. The fact that the international scenario is so uncertain and complex is no reason to say that we have no time for these topics because we're taken over by managing the cascade crisis and short term crisis, or the perma crisis as they call, by Ariana Michael Spence. But a very powerful reason to do it with greater determination, ambition, and concentration of efforts. In particular, one context where industrial policies are back around the world, especially in the major powers that have been increasing these policies with subsidies and tax exemptions, and that represent major fiscal erosion. And I say that is not what we are proposing. So, if countries do not address this low growth syndrome, this mediocre and low growth that has characterized it, and here this is the broader reflection, they will not only not be able to reduce levels of poverty and formality and inequality, but will become each day societies are more unequal, more violent, with millions of people migrating, endangering democracy, because a democratic life is incompatible with stagnant economies and frustrated citizens, and without hope for a better future. And so, democracies must pull through, and to do so, they need to strengthen their productive development policies, in addition to other things, of course, that are also very urgent. And that is why at ECLAC we have been insisting that our countries and territories must move ahead with increased productivity, substantively furthering their productive development policies and waging in favor of a portfolio of dynamizing factors that in a portfolio, just to illustrate, not saying that they're the only ones, of course, when you see our different things in the event, the list of sectors are evident, many, and we have presented this to many ministers and authorities, and all countries identify with many of these sectors. And so, not with the instruments of old or subsidies, but collaborative instruments, as I was saying, of new generation elements, which mean that the policies will be lower cost, efficient, transparent, and far less subject to capture by the sectors involved, which is one of the classical criticism and continues to be a very relevant criticism of these old policies, the industrial policies. Because, of course, we do not have the fiscal space to emulate industrial policies in full, as we are saying in the USA, China, or the EU. And so that is not what we are proposing. And so, on account of everything I have said at this seminar organized together with CAF, and where we will be also accompanied by very relevant players in these ecosystems of productive development in the region, we will be talking about these policies in four panels. The first of these has to do with the challenges of productive development in the region and the trends in implementation. And the second panel will see the role of the development banking and the trends in terms of financing, project financing for productive development. And the third will be on productive development policies with a territorial approach and being multi-level, and we have the cluster initiatives, the fourth panel on how to close human talent gaps connected to education and professional training, and the challenges that these pose for productive development, and also the challenges posed by the speed of these changes. At ECLAC, we have been saying that this will be insufficient to merely insist that our countries and the territories should improve their productive development policies. It is necessary to elaborate further on the what and also the how. And that is why we have a space organized today. We see this as a great opportunity to have this sort of reflection, but at a moment to further renewed collaboration, and we're very pleased to do so together with CAF, our good friend Sergio and his great team at CAF, because what better than the mix of good ideas and good and efficient financing? And I believe that here we have a very powerful mix that we are hoping to enhance towards the future. CAF-ECLAC could be a powerful way of creating spaces at the regional level for the productive development of our countries, and we will be talking further with CAF colleagues as to how to collaborate to further strengthen this sort of space. So once again, thank you very much for being here. I am very pleased to have this partnership with CAF, and I'm sure that we will have today a very good day of work. Thank you. Thank you very much, Secretary, for your welcoming words. And we now invite Sergio Diagranados, Executive President of CAF. A big round of applause.
Muy buenos días.
A special to Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ex-President of Chile, Mr. Eduardo Frei Ruiz Tagle, Nicolás Grau, Minister of the Economy, Promotion and Tourism of Chile. I would also like to especially greet Jose Antonio Ocampo, who is connected online, and he is a professor at the School of International and Public Affairs at the University of Columbia, Juan Somavia, ex-director of the ILO, Marta Lagos. Thank you very much to both of you for being with us here, and for the vice presidents of CAF, Asinelli, corporate president of strategic planning, Jorge Arbache, vice president of the private sector, Fernando Cubillos, manager of new businesses of CAF, who works as from Chile, Marcos Inaf, Director of Productive and Entrepreneurial Development of ECLAC, representatives of the diplomatic corps, international entities accredited in Chile, ECLAC officials and CAF officials. So thank you very much for enabling this meeting. I would also like to greet the panelists, international guests, special guests. It's especially a great pleasure to meet here at ECLAC. A year ago, we were here with our board, with our assembly, and in this room, which commemorates Raul Previch, he used to say, before we think, we must observe. And that was a systematic phrase that he always repeated. And that idea continues to represent a challenge for those of us in Latin America. It is fully valid today, and when we have to tackle the present day problems of our region. To think, to observe, to observe before thinking. I would say that we're holding a discussion on productive development for many decades now. We have tried different formulas and alternatives in that sense, as from the 30s, with an approach that was dominated the hearts and minds of policymakers, and that was the liberal thinking until we reached the 70s with a more Keynesian thinking, and that was led by Prebisch himself, the idea of Latin American development via productive diversification, industrialization, and in some cases the creation of an organized labor market and work with rights, with labor rights. ECLAC has made a contribution, as mentioned by Jose Manuel, with ideas, with policies geared towards sustainable development and the reduction of inequality in the region. And that is why, undoubtedly, ECLAC is a major ally, an ideal ally of CAF, and we have renewed that alliance with ECLAC because indeed we share objectives, and we have decided to join efforts in order to achieve that. We were here a year ago with our board commemorating the return of Chile to CAF, and I would like to take a couple of minutes to remind you the agenda that we had yesterday with President Boric, because indeed Chile was the leader in the creation with President Frei Sr. in terms of the creation of CAF. And yesterday I showed President Boric a headline in the El Mercurio newspaper in 1968 expressing, well, the Andina Corfo has, or the Andean Corfo CAF has been created. And that spirit that helped us to create CAF remains today. It is updated today with the challenges that we face, but above all, with an approach that involves the thinking of founders of Eduardo Frei, Carlos Llera. They had an integrating vision, an understanding that in order to work in Latin America, what we needed was further alliances, better alliances, and above all, an understanding so that we could work, the private and public sectors could work in territories in order to overcome difficulties. In fact, Carlos Llera, the president of Colombia, used to say that the purpose of our institutions was integration. That was the spirit. And that is what has to be promoted by the institution once it is created. Since 68 to date, in 56 years, that has been the direction that the bank has followed. But of course, the bank has suffered transformations in these years, and this is something that we mentioned in the same room a year ago. In the 90s, the bank opened up to other countries in the region. The leadership of Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, the Southern Cone countries, and after that, Central America, and now the Caribbean. And therefore, the bank has renewed its purpose and is now called Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean, because indeed we have expanded the presence of the bank in the Caribbean with additional Caribbean countries. And in fact, our last assembly held in Punta Cana, three additional islands of the Caribbean have joined the bank, and five others are in process of being incorporated. And therefore, this year, the bank will have the largest geographical presence of any development bank. And that is something that encourages us enormously. The fact that the bank has received a renewed support in terms of capital from its partners to expand the operational capabilities of the bank. And that was very good in the discussion that we held 2 years ago in order to expand and strengthen the bank. Three messages were very clear around that purpose. First of all, that we would be able to understand the crisis faced by the region in terms of adaptation to climate change. That is one of the major challenges that the region has today. And we have evidence that in all climate crises, in how that can destroy the little progress that we have achieved, and therefore what we still need to build, something that is still outstanding. And despite the progress that we have made, well, all that depends on the fact that we're able to adapt to the climate change situation. The second aspect mentioned by the board was to work more with local governments, try and find a way to generate a greater equality in the territory, because one of the characteristics of Latin America and the Caribbean is its tremendous regional diversity. There's no single country in Latin America that has achieved a completely harmonious development of its territory, neither those that are more integrated nor those that are more closed or centralized. And thirdly, work more with the public sector, motivate, encourage the private sector to make more investments, because in the end of the day, the creation of human capital is what will uphold a greater growth. And we also discussed that concern mentioned by Jose Manuel, the growth of average productivity in Latin America and the Caribbean that has fallen behind in the last 20 years, and no country is exempt from that. We have fallen behind in terms of our average productivity compared to the world, and therefore we need to renew this agenda. I would like to also benefit from the fact that I am here at ECLAC to, beyond being the executive president of CAF or of a keynote speaker, I would like to say that I was here for the first time as a vice minister for development in 2006. Had just been appointed as minister of entrepreneurial development in Colombia, and I came to ECLAC to get to know the specialists so that they could explain to me what they were viewing in terms of productive transformation, which was a mission that I had given to me by the minister at that time. And here in ECLAC, I was given a book on productive transformation that we read. And by chance, a few months later, CAF, that was my first meeting with CAF, brought out a meeting called the Developing Economy Report 2006, A Road Towards Productive Development Transformation in Latin America and the Caribbean. And therefore, we began to see how we could implement that out in the field. We created the regional competitiveness commissions. Those commissions were created in Colombia in 2006 as a result of the recommendations of policy recommendations of both ECLAC and the CAF, which was work more out in the territories, articulate universities, chambers of commerce, private stakeholders, and national governments. And indeed, we ventured along that path. And thus, we had productive transformation programs that arose later on, which implied identifying what it is our economy is doing, what our economy should be doing, and how we articulate this with the assumptions that you mentioned in your presentation: work with human resources, coordinate private-public partnerships, seek out the public goods that you wish to build, especially those related to research and development, and promote more investment in those sectors. With an approach of that nature, we began to seek out sector by sector how to enter into productive type of alliances. It's a complex, arid, difficult path, but we need to advance in that direction, and we have to work increasingly out in the field with that. I was in Bucaramanga, in the eastern part of Colombia, close to the border with Venezuela, holding a discussion with the local private sector around the development agency in that sector, which is called Pro Santander, that was created or born indeed as a result of those discussions held in 2006 and 2007. An agency that articulates at a local level the efforts made by the public and the private sectors. And the discussion was, for example, on the use of biomass for cocoa, a significant amount of biomass. And now, with the present price of cocoa, which is similar to the price of mining, implies that biomass now acquires an incredible value. And therefore, the challenge is how we are able to use that biomass, incorporate that to the value chain. And those discussions held at a local level are the ones that are going to eventually trigger the ability to bridge the productive gaps in our region, because the effort that we must make points in that direction. And as mentioned by Jose Manuel, the alliance that we can enter into, both involving ECLAC in terms of the design and improvement of public policies and in terms of evaluation throughout the continent, in Mesoamerica, the Andean sector in North America, and so on, the ability to interpret what is happening in the region as a whole and to accompany that with financial and non-financial efforts made by the developing banks, will enable us to provide the region with an update and, of course, with a better use of productive development policies in this generation, incorporating variables that are essential today, variables that were not taken into consideration in the past, not because they were wrong, but because they were not as important at that time. One of those aspects was climate change. Secondly, the use of sustainable energy. That will be a differentiating factor today between Latin America and the rest of the world. 55% on average of the energy matrix in Latin America, but 80% in Brazil, and practically 100% with a green energy matrix in countries such as Colombia and Costa Rica. They have a diversified energy matrix, and that can indeed contribute towards an improvement of productivity in Latin America and the Caribbean, not only in terms of goods, but also of services. And in terms of productive development, we must be open to the world of goods and also to the good world of services. And in the world of services, we will find a great expansion of the labor market, especially for segments that are more difficult for the labor market, such as the involvement of women in the labor market and of young people in the labor market, which is something that is present in all countries in Latin America without any exception. How we're going to incorporate young people increasingly to the labor market, and therefore we have faced tremendous challenges for productive development policies, how to improve from the strength of the green energy matrix that the region has, how to benefit from the young labor force that we have, how to benefit from international markets within a context of which is sometimes conflictive, how we find our own space as a region for solutions and as a region for peace. And I would like to conclude by saying something that Jose Manuel mentioned. When we talk about productivity improvements, we are thinking about the quality of life of Latin Americans and Caribbeans, who we think this is not an easy formula in terms of sales per employee or exports per employee, but rather we're thinking about the future, about hope, about a life project of millions and millions of people in Latin America and the Caribbean who dream with going home and of making their life dream a reality. That must be the key focus of our direction and of our horizon. What our institutions must do in order to return that hope to our people. And the reason for that is the stability of democracy in Latin America and the Caribbean, which underlies every single effort that we can make to recover hope, to require confidence, to enable Latin Americans and Caribbeans to develop their life projects in an environment of freedom and democracy, which was indeed the message conveyed to us with Jose Manuel. And benefiting from the fact that we are here, I would also like to promote the progress that we have achieved with this around the issue of governance in Latin America and the Caribbean, which is something that we want to continue to promote. And therefore, within that framework, within the framework of democracy, that all these institutions have appeared. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, executive president of CAF, I would like to remind you that you can share your opinions in social networks with the hashtag conference CAF-ECLAC, and you can also follow us in our different social media in Facebook, Instagram, and X. Now, to begin with the first session of this conference, I would like to invite Marco Ginas, who is Director of the Division of Social and Entrepreneurial Development Division of ECLAC, who will act as moderator, and the panelist, Nicolas Grau, Minister of the Economy of Chile, Germán Umaña, Minister of Trade, Industry, and Tourism of Colombia. He will not be able to be with us because he has had to participate in a last-minute Council of Ministers, and he will be replaced online by Soraya Caro, who is Vice Minister of Entrepreneurial Development of Colombia. Jose Antonio Ocampo will also form part of this panel. He is a professor at the School of International and Public Affairs at the University of Colombia and ex-Minister of Finance of Colombia, who will also accompany us online. And finally, Juan Gonzalo Rivas, who is head of the Division on Competitiveness, Technology and Innovation of the Inter-American Development Bank. Marco Ginas, you have the floor. Good morning to all those that accompany us physically here, but also to all those that accompany us online in this event on the need to escalate and improve our public development, our productive development policies in our region. We have already heard the opinions of the president of CAF, of the executive secretary of ECLAC, about this need to escalate and improve these types of policies. Now, as we say here in ECLAC, our region does not begin from scratch when it comes to these issues. There have been moments where the volume has been greater or lower when it comes to these types of policies, but the truth of the matter is that our countries have always implemented these types of policies and continue to do so. However, we have insisted, as from ECLAC, that the present efforts are minor efforts of considering the productivity challenges of our region, but especially when we compare ourselves with what other countries are doing. And this was mentioned by the ECLAC Executive Secretary. These are also efforts that in general terms imply the possibility to be improved significantly in terms of their coordination. We must remember that these productive development efforts are very intensive in terms of coordinating different stakeholders and coordinations at different levels, and there we find a certain level of lack of coordination. In addition to that, these have all been discontinued efforts with many significant changes between different administrations, especially when you know that these are medium and long-term policies where what must prevail is the idea of building upon what has already been built. In addition, these have all been efforts that have been subject to little evaluation, to insignificant evaluation, the efforts and instruments that are being assessed in terms of productive development in our region. But in around this issue, it's very important to evaluate what is being useful to escalate that and what is not being useful to determine whether we need to eliminate that or to adjust that. These have also been efforts, and this was mentioned by the Executive Secretary, efforts that have been primarily managed in a centralized manner without greater protagonism to territories. And we have been able to say that they have been efforts that have had little impact if we view them in the light of results when it comes to productivity. Therefore, we know exactly what needs to be done. We must escalate those efforts, or we must coordinate them better. We must provide them, which we must make them continuous. We must evaluate. We must learn from what is being implemented. We must make territories and local actors much more have to play a much more central role. The question is, how can we go about doing that? And that is why, as from ECLAC, we have been insistent on the need to deepen not only the what's behind these productive development policies, but also to discuss in greater depth the how of these productive development policies. And therefore, in order to talk about this and much more, we have a very great panel today. We're accompanied, as was already mentioned, by Nicolás Grau, Minister of the Economy, Promotion and Tourism of Chile. We're accompanied by Soraya Caro, who is Vice Minister of Entrepreneurial Development of Colombia. We're accompanied by Gonzalo Rivas, Head of the Division on Competitiveness, Technology and Innovation of the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB. And we're also accompanied by Professor José Antonio Campo, who is Professor at the School of International and Public Affairs of the University of Columbia, and Minister of Finance, ex-Minister of Finance of Colombia. And I would like to begin with a question for the Minister and the Vice Minister. And in that sense, we would like to hear from them a brief description of the productive development policies that have been implemented in their respective countries, the main instruments that have been developed, and the emphasis and the priorities of these policies in the present day. So let us begin. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Marco. I greet Jose Manuel, Sergio, and all the authorities present, former President Eduardo Frei. It's an honor to be here. We are very pleased for the role of CAF in reincorporating our country to CAF. It's an excellent news. It is having an impact in development matters. Truth is that I share the conceptual view of Jose Manuel insofar as how to understand productive development policies or more modern industrial policies. I concur that there is a role, a key role of coordination, articulation through the state, and that in these industrial policies, the relationship of the state with the private sector is rather horizontal, having a dynamics to discover what are the problems, the issues, what are the solutions, and where it is much more collaborative, the approach. I will go straight to the question of the four agendas we are implementing in the government that, in my view, implement this vision. And the idea is to respond to three major challenges. First, climate crisis, stagnation of productivity for more than 15 years, and thirdly, inequality and lack of social cohesion that occurs as a result of that inequality. These three challenges, each one of them would suffice to be addressed on their own. So it is somewhat overwhelming, all the challenges that need to be faced at the same time. But on the other hand, we do have an optimistic approach, and we believe that they can be jointly addressed. And Chile has advantages related to green economy where it can leverage and drive policies for all these topics. And this is the case of Latin America as well. For concrete examples, first, when we arrived to government, we created the program of sustainable productive development that increased the expenditure in research and development 13%. And all this be oriented to our challenges. It's not that the budget of a ministry was raised and then the other one not, but rather under the articulation of the Ministry of Economy, we have a conversation of the Ministry of Environment, of Energy, of Mining, of Finance, and all of us defined objectives, goals, resilience, productive diversity, and all this led to more resources and a different way of spending these resources. Secondly, we are promoting very ambitious agendas in green hydrogen and lithium. In the case of green hydrogen, I will say that this agenda was started by the previous administration, and the idea is to have long term public policies, not only under one mandate. And with Minister Mardones, we have implemented, continued the implementation of this, and we've had relevant challenges as well. Last year, in December, we signed an agreement uh, about with the six investment developers, major investors of green hydrogen in Magallanes. The projects these companies are promoting is of $60 billion, a major project. And what we did was exactly to implement the industrial policy raised by Jose Manuel. We have 5 areas to develop, 6 companies that are involved, 4 ministers, also President of the Republic. All this was signed in Magallanes, where the regional governments also participated and needs to be the productive leader of the region. 2 points: common infrastructure, that is, Ministry of Public Works and Transportation, in order to come together and uh, not to have each project with one seaport, but rather to have an articulation with the company, state company ENAP, having one common port, reducing costs, uncertainty, and also reduces environmental impact, having one common good for these 3 projects. And also, one of the 5 working areas is the development of vendors, uh, that is, the commitment of each company to have a Gantt chart of what provider or vendor will they have, what terms and guarantees. So with Corfo, uh, they can focus in Magallanes to respond to and meet those needs. So that will bring down the costs and the uncertainty for the enterprises, and from the public policy standpoint, allows to raise productivity. And as you can see, what we are doing here is to define a working methodology between the public sector and private sector in order to increase the probability and likelihood of materialization of these investment projects and the positive impact of these projects in Chilean society. In the case of lithium, we are also doing relevant things with a key role by state companies through Codelco and Enami. It will be the first time in decades that the state will return to a productive sector in our country with a private-public articulation where privates also have a relevant contribution to make. In all the projects, there will be this partnership, public-private partnerships, and the response of private investors has been excellent so far. And this has meant that with what has been announced, we'll be able to duplicate or uh, raise twofold the lithium production in Chile, and with a greater concern for conservation and also having new technologies with greater production but less impact on the environment. So we believe that lithium has provided an articulation, an excellent articulation. A third subject uh, concerning enabling reforms from the Ministry of Economy so as to profoundly change the permit authorizations for new investments. If we want to make a transition to a green economy, an enabling condition is that authorizations be faster. There are times that are not reasonable in our country. This is the result of the absence of a good design. Our regulation has been created 100 years of Republican history where each one of the authorizations and permits does have a rationale protecting us from a risk. It has value. But when doing it completely independently, there is no reasonable articulation between the risk level of the project and the times involved for authorization. We are promoting and implementing a deep reform of these permits sectorally in Congress. And CAF knows very well the productive transformations promoted by the countries need adequate financial instruments. And next week, we will submit a bill for having a development bank that will have the role of opening up new markets and crowding in for the private financial system. And that will be very relevant as to efficiency and acceleration of productive transformation. So it is a diverse agenda with different angles, but we believe that will allow us to give firm steps and leaps forward so as to reverse that lost decade uh, in our country. Thank you, Minister. Now I'll give the floor to Professor Jose Antonio Campo, who will have to leave in a few minutes, and so that he will tell us, Jose Antonio, how are you seeing the efforts that are being implemented in Latin America and the Caribbean insofar as productive development? Well, thank you very much, Marco. Of course, I would like to thank Jose Manuel Salazar and Sergio for the invitation. I'm so sorry not to be there. I mean, ECLAC was my home for 6 years of my life, some of the happiest years of my professional life. Also, I would like to say that was a matter of great pride to be at the ECLAC event when the first meeting was held in Chile of CAF with Chile as a member. And I said because when I was executive secretary, I failed in my attempt for Chile to rejoin CAF. And so the fact that Chile to be a new member of CAF. So I would like to celebrate the fact that ECLAC and CAF kept that point of productive development in their agenda in a context where, after the market reforms, it was considered a policy that was to dismantle. And we need to reconstruct and rebuild and to see how these policies of Latin America, well, it's CECLAC and CAF that need to say what is being done in that area. But still, it's highly insufficient what is being done. So that subject, which is very important for what Jose Manuel said, that is the slow growth of Latin America. At the beginning of this year, I published an article saying that we have just finished the second lost decade of Latin America, worse than that of the 80s. And so, how can we overcome this slow growth phase? And it's not only this slow growth, but all of Latin American economy since 1990 has grown half of what it did during the time of industrialization. And so that is not only a short-term issue, but rather a structural issue that's most significant. I must point out also that the only time where since 1990, Latin America had faster growth from 2003 to 2013 and 14. It was the time when there were the best progress in social areas. Growth is important for social targets as well of Latin America, that in that period included an improvement in income distribution in all of Latin America. So it's not only an economic objective, but also a social one. I must also say that I celebrate the fact that the subject is productive development policies. when I was executive secretary in ECLAC, it was that terminology that I used in institutional reports. So that is why I'm so happy for the title of this conference. And also that policies need to be applied to all sectors, natural resources, manufacturing industry, and today services, which are so important. The, the case of primary sectors is how they generate change for industrial policies. I celebrate what Chile has done in copper, but also what it's doing in lithium, as Minister mentioned a while ago. So that's one topic, but the agricultural part is also so important. And I heard the view of Sergio Diaz Granao about cacao, coca, cocoa, and in Colombia, for the agricultural and mining sectors, it's so key. And also for the traditional sector, and it has been done so fast. And also for services, technology, innovation, which are key, essential for any development today, and how those technological services of digital world are articulated and including all the other productive sectors. So also we need to look for opportunities. I'm so pleased about this attempt of ECLAC to look for opportunities in many countries in agricultural production, in food production, of course, going through all metals, green metals, or potentially contributing to the transition and climate change, and also followed by manufacturing sectors and service sectors. As it has been said, climate change is an interesting opportunity for Latin America. It allows for production in sectors which are energy intensive, and to do it with clean energies, it's a great opportunity for exporting as well. That said, I would like to raise 5 elements that I do think must be included in these productive development policies. The first one is technological development. And what's also very important is technology transfer policies, especially for small producers. One of the shames, I would say, of Latin America is the very low level of investment in technology. We invest one fourth of what a country of OECD invests, which is really shameful. The only country investing more than 1% of GDP in technology is Brazil. The rest of us invest less than 1%, and that, as I say again, is shameful. And also, that shows how underdeveloped technology transfer mechanisms are for producers, with the exception in some countries in the agricultural sector. But at urban level, there is no adequate transfer of technology for producers. Second subject, financing, and therefore the development banks, multilateral banks, including CAF, that may offer financing to these policies, but also national banks. So the development of national development banks, I think it is an absolutely essential element, and how those national banks work with the private financial system precisely to drive and promote the good funding and financing of good economic activities, the creation of new enterprises by young entrepreneurs as Ministry of Finance in Colombia. I think that was essential. Well, and the third is productive chains. I would say that include productive clusters and also productive chains, the development, or rather in clusters, cluster policies, although we can think that those clusters are companies that supplement each other's, and the other is productive chains. This is very important for the primary sector, where mining and in mining and agriculture, we need to have productive chains. And fourth is how all these policies need to support these small producers, small manufacturers, and the capacity of associations of small producers and major large companies. It's very important. In cacao, for example, in Colombia, country, my country of Sergio Marco, I mean, cacao is of small uh, growers, and the first relation is with chocolate producers and also with the exporting sector, given the very high quality of Colombian cacao for chocolate. And so that relationship with industrial sectors, and then being one today, the idea is to have being exporting sectors.
And lastly, a comment on what Jose Manuel said. It is true that tax incentives should not be the focus of the policy, but they can be one element of the policy because in some countries they believe that this is particularly important, either for the development of new activities or to encourage the producers or new enterprises at small scale or regional development. The invitation to productive development. Well, having said all this, I apologize for on account, but unfortunately, on account of the delay in the start of the meeting, has made my life complicated on account of prior commitments. Thank you, Jose Antonio, for being with us. A big round of applause. And now let's move on to hear the Vice Minister Saraya to hear what is happening in Colombia on this in terms of productive development. What are the main elements of the new policy? So welcome, Saraya, and thank you for being with us. Well, thank you for the invitation, and I thank CAF and ECLAC for this space opened for the Ministry of Trade. I am the person that designs and implements the policy. And also that, well, hearing the secretary, I did feel at ease because I see that Dr. Jenas has conveyed very relevantly all of the effort made at the start of the government of President Petro to begin having a reindustrialization policy in Colombia. Many of the elements contained in the reindustrialization policy of Colombia, I believe, were there, and I find this very pleasing. And so, as you said, we did not start from scratch in the case of Colombia. In the case, since 1960, the country has worked on 108 documents on the productive development policy of different types. And of these 108 documents, only 5 referred to integral policies giving industrialization and the development of productive chains a significant strategic emphasis for the transition of the country to become more advanced in terms of industry, productive development, and internationalization. And so Colombia, as we all know, since then, uh, Colombia went through an early deindustrialization process, the abandonment of territories where years before the instruments were there, but they were then concentrated in the six most important cities in the country. And some actors that are very powerful, that do have the power to execute, but not others, who are also in the territory to interact with the rest of the productive tissue. And so the industrialization policy in Colombia, as ECLAC has said, has several aims. One is the closing gaps in terms of productivity, the sophistication of the productive apparatus or machinery that became too precarious, does not transform, and exports are basically the same for many years. Of course, oil based on oil, raw materials that are untransformed, unprocessed. And so the policy, as Professor Ocampo has said, seeks to strengthen these productive chains, but not related to only the major departments in the countries and the most powerful, but also at territorial level, and specifically those who are in border areas. And this is a policy that focuses on something that has not been touched upon sufficiently here, that is people's economy, which is not a subsistence economy, but yes, expressions of real uh, business that exist at territorial level. Uh, and the coffee growers, the fishermen, the rice growers, and people that work in different organizations. So this people's community is the compassed by the industrialization policy, working with a small and medium-sized industry. And the idea is to achieve levels of internationalization also in the territories, to build the industrialization, not only in terms of export, but also relating the territories with other international agents that ensure this activity for the territories. And I'm referring, for example, to development banking, a better organization and coordination of resources coming from cooperation. For example, the mobilization of people in order to achieve, to train them professionally and technically. So, this bringing closer the cities and territories, when we consider that there are elements that mean that they could be sister regions. And so the industrialization policy has been focused on four major sectors that recognizes the relevance that these sectors have at global level in terms of supply chain, logistics, and also helps us to find there a sufficient productive basis in order to further the productive transformation process in the country with actors that have to do with sustainability and that naturally attract technology and innovation. I'm referring to energy transition areas, which is the focus of the industrialization process in all scenarios, mobility, generation of new sources of energy in the country, and the productive transformation and better use of inputs and also waste. The pharmaceutical sector, the health sector, where we also have important wages in terms of the production of vaccines and other medications and medical devices, as well as developing elements related to bio-business. And of course, in the agro-industrial sector, where we divide our focus into four districts or macro districts where we will be working on productive transformation of the raw materials and strengthening the logistic systems for the agro sector. Also very important is defense, and where we are strategically and efficiently connecting to the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Justice. to, for example, move ahead in the development of the space sector and the shipbuilding sector, and also others related to military activities. For example, different forms of infrastructure, roads, ports, railways. The instruments, well, we have spent several nights working on this, and we're seeking to innovate the way that we uh, give resources to these segments and territories. And so we stopped working with one bank that traditionally was tied to these areas and decided to give the resources through different players in the financial sector, not only the banks related to exports, but also the agricultural sector, the infrastructure sector, non banking agents, microfinancing systems that are very good at territorial level and are able to more efficiently distribute the resources. And also clusters and chains. We are working together with the Ministry of Defense, Agriculture, Justice to try and bring down the resources to chains at an interregional level, and also the formation of clusters for these productive wages that we have referred to. And with fairly novel instruments that go all the way from uh, capacity building to technological coaching, financing, working on quality, and obtaining the quality records. There's one instrument that is very important for Colombia is strategic, and that is how to solve bottlenecks in the energy transition area. This is called Solutions for Reindustrialization and seeks that organizations related to these bottlenecks, for example, dialogue with communities or prior consultations, the possibility for interconnect to connect to the power grid or issues related to permits and others for customs or others, such as those related to the pharmaceutical sector. All of these are addressed strategically and with set timeframes in order to favor the arrival of investment to the territory. Well, so these are the general features of the industrialization policies that we are currently implementing in Colombia. And later on, we will be speaking of the challenges that we are seeing in the implementation of all this. Well, thank you very much, Vice Minister. And now let's see what the IDB has to say. And thank you for accompanying us when the IDB in the 2014 rethinking productive development in Latin America once again positioned this of these policy in the region. Gonzalo, how are you seeing the efforts being made in the region in this regard? Thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. The truth is that I see this uh, with mixed feelings. I would say that Latin America, to implement productive development policies with an impact, needs to address at least three additional challenges in addition to everything that has been said so far. The first has to do with institutional capacities. In order to have productive development policies, you need to have institutions that have specific capacities. Having productive development policies means basically having a series of things to humanize the private sector, to do something. And so you need people that are able to develop and implement instruments that do that. And that is easy to say and difficult to do. Latin America, more or less, well, not in fact many countries, there are certain institutions, Corfo type, ANI, and in Peru, ACITA in Panama, just to mention a few, that have had the capacity to implement certain policies. Of course, Brazil also they have a lot, yes, but these institutions have people that are able to design and implement a series of support instruments. Now, very few countries are able to take an additional step, which is saying that I will not only give you a subsidy to support an innovation project or for clusters, but I'm going to have vertical policies and I'm going to develop new sectors and transform these sectors. Why? Because, well, imagine if you want to develop, for example, a program for AI, for example, in the country, manufacturing or services. And I would at least need people, experts in AI inside my own organization. Otherwise, how can I collaborate with the private sector? How can I understand what the challenges are? Now, go out today, even in Chile, for Corfo, go out to have an engineer expert in AI that is on the border. How much does this cost? We're talking about a level of budget, and this is what happens in the developed country. You're talking about Canada, France, the USA. You're saying, well, those institutions that are mobilizing that sort of program, well, they have top level experts that are able to hold a dialogue, and that implies the possibility of making interventions in this dimension that Jose Manuel mentioned, that involves the full government approach. But this means that you need to develop those capacities. In Latin America, there are very few countries that have developed these, and in fact, in certain countries, they've even been dismantled. So the possibility of having a program such as with green hydrogen that Chile has today, to a great extent, well, because they have resources, they have Corfo, they have Amid, and deployed throughout the country. And that is what also allows Brazil to do these things. So that is the first thing in terms of capacities. The second issue has to do with the scientific and technological issue. We always take a look at the figure and we say, look, in Latin America, it does not spend very much because the percentage of GDP assigned to R&D is so much. Yes, but it happens in science. It's also high cost from the viewpoint of the absolute value. When I have 0.2% of a small GDP, and the investment is really small. When I'm talking about an investment in supercomputers, the price is an absolute. And that shows that the comparison, even of GDP percentages, where someone says to me, look, because I'm doing well, because I spent 1% of GDP and I'm in a small country, I compare myself to countries such as the USA and so on, the disproportion is impressive. So everything that uh, Chile spends on innovation is equivalent to the budget of Iowa. But if you take the Johns Hopkins, University, Columbia, the three main universities in the US, they spend far more than the entire Latin America. So it is terrible. And why? Well, because this requires effort that obviously needs to be focused. We cannot do everything at the same time, but you must be persistent over time and obviously need to develop those capacities. Now, one marvelous example on how those investments that go growing over time, that are hard, that difficult to play out, but do have an impact. That is what has been happening with the development of the economy in Argentina. They have a long history of developing satellites and Earth observation means networks, very sophisticated. They do, of course, in partnership with NASA and in a partnership with Italians and many others, but they do have the capacity, yes. And well, but today, this emerging sector of these tabs for Earth observation in Argentina is assessed in more than $1 billion, and they're already exporting. So that is what they say. So when we started studying this sector, we said, well, where are the founders? Where did the founders come from? Well, they all come from Limbab, CONAEM, and say all public organizations that invested to develop capacity, scientific and technological capacities, that later on allow you to have someone to devise a very peak enterprise. Startups are not done by yuppies in a pretty room. but engineers that know what we're talking about, people who know what they're into. So that sort of investment in scientific and technological capacity is very relevant for productive development. And the third major capacity, I would say, is how you're able to mobilize in relation to challenges that are relevant. And the entire government, when taking a look at a varied set of interactions that are very politically interrelated. What I was saying a moment ago regarding green hydrogen. At some point, Jose Miguel Veneto presented a PPT with all the connections that are required to carry out the green hydrogen process, and about 57 public entities, public works, norms, security. You need people that know how to do this from the viewpoint of industrial safety.
Algo que requiere. Oh, now this is something that requires a level of mobilization capabilities and efforts of a political nature, technical and so on, that is very, very significant. And that leads you to think that countries will countries be able to tackle these challenges, perhaps one or two during a specific administration? And with something that was mentioned by the minister, which is fundamental. It has to be long-lasting over administration and public coordination in Latin America seems to be very difficult to achieve. Those are the three main bottlenecks that I see. Thank you very much, Gonzalo. A warm hand for that intervention. I believe that that is a very realistic diagnosis of the challenge that we face. And that leads me to the second and last question, because unfortunately we are a little bit late, running a little bit late. And this was mentioned by the Vice Minister, the number of documents that have been written in Colombia. And I believe that that experience perhaps can also be evidenced in different countries. One thing is to draft these policy documents, and a very different thing is to turn that into action and to tackle those implementation challenges. And along those lines, I would like to ask you to very quickly respond to this question. What are the main implementation challenges that you are facing when it comes to the implementation of your productive development policies? What is it that you're doing in order to achieve that public coordination that Gonzalo mentioned, and that is fundamental for these agendas? How is it that you are able to bring these policies down to earth, to the territories, guaranteeing a nation territory coordination? And if we believe that a significant part of the action must indeed be expressed at a territorial level. Minister, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Marco. In fact, once I answer this question, I have to leave because I have another meeting related to these issues. I'll mention three things that are very much aligned with what Gonzalo has just said. Two have to do with methodological challenges, and one which refers to a specific, more programmatic type of challenge. And I'll begin with the latter. At least in the case of Chile, my impression is that perhaps the most novel aspect that we're viewing, which is perhaps not so novel, and that refers to the beginning of Corfo, is the impact of catastrophes, different types of catastrophes that we have had to face as a country. And these will, I think, become increasingly frequent in view of climate change. I believe that our country has a good institutional framework when it comes to providing support to people that are impacted, and to the reconstruction that has to be conducted subsequently, and also in a very satisfactory manner. During this administration, we have also been able to support smaller scale enterprises. But what happens when you have a location which is fairly small, and the only company, the only venture that they have in that place says that they are leaving as a result of that catastrophe, which is the case of Licancel in Licanten, which is a paper mill company. So, what are the instruments that public policy has in order to deal with that type of situation and to build, to very quickly build a different productive vocation? And the problem is not simply the reconversion of people, but it's rather a productive issue. How can you replace a productive activity that has disappeared? You can, of course, conduct training programs, but training in what? So, in general terms, the discussions in our country focus on that issue, thinking that it's simply a question of human capital and not a question of rebuilding that productive vocation. The rebuilding of new uh, enterprises, new quality jobs is a very difficult task. And the market is able to do that, but not necessarily where it is required and the urgency with which it is required. And that is a challenge that we have and that we're trying to deal with. And we have discussed this with Jose Miguel Belavente, Executive President of Corfo, in terms of how Corfo can play an even more significant role to the one that they're playing with regards to this aspect. That is an urgent challenge that we have to tackle. And two other things that are methodological in nature that have to do with the way in which we work. First of all, I share the fact that in the present situation and with the productive challenges that we're facing, our main bottleneck is our ability to adequately and efficiently resolve these issues. That requires capabilities. It requires the rebuilding of state capabilities that transcend, hopefully, different administrations. And that is a fundamental element that in Chile, historically, is something that has been done by Corfo in productive terms. And what we need to do is to strengthen that work to increase it. There is a problem related to scales here. I believe that in Chile we're dealing reasonably well with the lithium and green hydrogen agenda, but we would also like to deal with other agendas. But the bandwidth, so to speak, of the state is not enough to deal with other agendas in the depth that is required. And here we must change the discussion. Of course, the subsidies that are provided, all those programmatic type of resources are important, but a fundamental issue is to strengthen the state capability to resolve these more complex issues. And that is a bottleneck that we face every day, and problems arise in a very diverse manner. And the teams, I would say that in the Chilean state, we have good work teams, but we don't have the scale to resolve all the problems that we face. And I believe that this bandwidth problem is very present in public policy. Little is written about this, little is discussed about this. And in addition, when different administrations or governments to compare themselves to no one says we have doubled the capability of Corpo to respond to difficult problems. And they speak about how budgets have increased and they discuss specific programs. And therefore, I believe that this is a fundamental aspect. And the third issue, which is the second methodological challenge, is that indeed our states have a way of a type of structure that is not very favorable in order to deal with interministerial problems. And all the interesting or important issues that we deal with have this interministerial nature underlying them. We have made an important effort in this sense. For example, I mentioned the Sustainable Productive Development Program, that beyond resources implies that we're focusing all our expenditure in green hydrogen, lithium, and so on. But again, that requires a lot of effort, a lot of coordination, many meetings, and a strong political will on the part of different governments. And so I believe that there is a very substantive challenge here. If we are to think that the main problem is to process complex issues that require the coordination of different ministries, the million-dollar question is how are we able to escalate that, which is one of the themes of this conference, to scale up the policies that work well. But if policies that work well require a lot of effort, a lot of articulation, a lot of coordination, and the bottleneck is a real capability that the state has in order to tackle those complex problems, the question of how to scale that up is a question that is not easily answered. So I share the challenges that have been mentioned here, and I hope that we are promoting certain policies that indeed uh, tackle these challenges. And I again offer my apologies uh, because I have to leave. And this is obviously a bandwidth problem as well. I have to cater for different challenges. Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much. That issue of the bandwidth is very interesting indeed. In ECLAC, we have been insistent on the fact that restriction in terms of bandwidth is what leads us to the need to prioritize strategically and to work with productive sectors, betting on strategic efforts within the framework of these productive development policies, because the bottlenecks, the requirements are infinite, whilst resources, and I'm not only talking of financial resources, but also of institutional capabilities is not. Vice Minister, I would like you to answer the same question, please. Well, looking at the difficulties implicit in this bandwidth, I am concerned with that, and that is a request that I would like to make to international entities and to ourselves as governments in terms of how we prioritize these types of discussions, how we devote more time in our bandwidth to try and focus on that which the minister has mentioned, how we overcome this and how we escalate this. And one of the main drawbacks that we have is acknowledging what we are. The enterprise fabric is not the same in Chile, Colombia, or Central America, and multilateral banks and regional entities have to work seriously around that issue. A couple of months ago, I was invited by the OAS to Washington, and the same thing happened there. It was an event to analyze small and medium enterprises and how to make them exporters. And so we spoke about lithium, we spoke about wind power, and so on. But I was looking at the rest of the audience, and we were all people who were not necessarily only representing those sectors. And we also represented an entrepreneurial fabric which is very different to developed countries. And I'm talking here about issues that we have not discussed. Colombia is now beginning to discuss that. And we have also the issue of informality. Informality for us is not an issue of illegality, but rather an issue that we must deal with because it emerges in the creation of enterprises and is becoming far more critical to the extent that it becomes much more complex for new enterprises or established enterprises to maintain a level of formality that enables an appropriation of those productive transformation processes mentioned, for example, by the representative of the IDB. And therefore, what are we creating instruments for? For what type of entrepreneurial fabric are we creating those instruments? We cannot ignore that, nor can we ignore the fact that we have not reached the territories that we should be reaching. We have not identified the productive vocations that those territories have. In the case of Colombia, it is far more complex because of the problems derived from the internal or domestic conflict that we have experienced and of drug trafficking that has meant that productive activity must necessarily be transformed in order to achieve those levels of development and transformation that the region is requesting. And therefore, I feel that that is a very important challenge, and likewise the one that has been mentioned as a result of the public articulation and the public articulation with territories. With a lot of effort and with a lot of expenditure of public resources, we have, in one way or another, been able to establish important coordination in territories. Uh, which is a much more complex task for the cocoa sectors, for example, as mentioned by the ex-minister, or for sectors related to cultural sectors or sectors related to fishing, where we also coordinate that task with our neighboring countries, and also a coordination with communities. And why? Well, because those regional competitiveness commissions that were created 20 years ago have become very closed scenarios, closed in the sense that they did not include these new stakeholders that have appeared over the past 20 years in our territories, and that refer to entrepreneurial entities such as the agencies to promote investments, or the agencies to promote entrepreneurial groups of micro enterprises, for example, uh, bakers, and in the fishing sectors, among others. So those were not in the competitiveness commissions, but they have now been included. This is a way of strengthening governance in territories, and it is the only way to increase, or one of the ways in which uh, how the scale can be treated when it comes to the implementation of public policy instruments and public policies to promote development. And likewise, the diversification of that portfolio of partners, of international partners. Colombia has always worked with the US, with Europe, it and many restrictions have been established for the access of our products in terms of goods and services. Also work with Latin America. We know that trade is very important, but we do need to diversify. And therefore, what is it that we're doing in regional entities in order to strengthen that relationship with Asia and with Africa? Those are scenarios that also demand a lot of resources, many studies, and likewise a lot of flexibility within the framework of the regional work groups that we have in Latin America. Those are the challenges that I envisage, but above all, we need to acknowledge that who we are designing policies uh, for whom are we designing instruments? Informality cannot continue to be ignored, and territories cannot continue to be ignored. And we lack the budget that the US and Europe has in order to conduct that productive transformation. But that is why we have promotion banks that must interpret that reality. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vice Minister. And we conclude again with Gonzalo. Gonzalo from the IDB. How are you viewing these implementation challenges faced by our countries when we work on this agenda? And to conclude with on an optimistic note, and not with the concerns that you expressed, what is it that could be done in order to deal with these challenges in the future? Thank you, Marcos. Very quickly, a very important aspect mentioned by the Vice Minister is the territorial issue this afternoon. Or later, we will see examples of what is being done, and that is a focus that the President of the IDB has asked us to highlight. Many things are happening in Latin America that are able to have an impact, especially in these spheres that have to do with SMEs and so on. The second aspect is to diversify the portfolio instruments that are used and the approaches that we have with regards to these aspects. For example, in all these discussions, something that is always absent is the policy to promote competition. I recommend an article that was published a while ago in Mexico about the impact of research when it comes to the creation of competencies and the productivity of those sectors. Every time the national economic supervisory body investigated issues about collusion and so on, the impact of those sector increased, and therefore that favors the smaller enterprises, and that we don't normally place within the portfolio of the types of interventions that are crucial for productive development. A further instrument that I believe is also underused, but that is increasingly used, is the issue of public procurement of innovation. There is a large amount of the GDP that could be devoted to promoting greater levels of innovation, to generate new startups, new ventures that generate valuable responses to uh, issues that are of great public value. If, as from the public sector, I not only purchase goods and traditional goods and services in inverted commas, I want to do something different. For example, to mention an example from Chile, a few days ago, an announcement was made by a hospital to reduce waiting lists. And that is a program that we have conducted with Chile to increase the public procurement of innovation, which enables, in this case, the Ministry of Health to establish a bidding process whereby the provision of a specific service or infrastructure includes innovating aspects, and that solution is obtained from the private sector and therefore provides a new market and a significant time to that developer. Son importante.
That type of thing, I think, is very important. Thank you very much, Gonzalo, and to all panel members. Time is up. And simply to wrap up, most of the conversation takes us to conclude that the challenge we have ahead is not an easy one. No one has said it was going to be easy. At least from ECLAC and CAF, we agree in that we have no choice except to address the challenge of scaling up, improving our policies of productive development. Because the idea throughout the whole region is to work in deep, profound agendas of productive development. Only together we'll be able to move that pendulum of productivity, and at the end of the day we'll have the well-being for all of our peoples. We insist that's it, that it is all about improving the life of the peoples. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marco Dinas, of course, for chairing this panel meeting. And now immediately we move to the second session on the role of development banks and productive agenda. We invite Jorge Arbache, Vice President for the Private Sector of CAF, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, and Jesus Chumacero, Bolivia, Virginia Matos, President of the Board of AEI Panama and CEO of the Sanitatos, Ivan Andrade Apunte, President of the Financial Corporation of Ecuador, and Claudio Maggi, a Competitive Development Manager of Corfo. And without further ado, I give the floor to Jorge Arbache. Good morning, everyone. Development Bank, Multilateral Development Bank as a whole, spends in Latin America and the Caribbean a bit less than $30 billion. This amount, is it too much or too little? For you to have an idea, is that there are estimates that the region needs to face the challenges of climate change 1.5 to 2.5 trillion millions a year. So what we are spending is almost nothing. And so if we consider subnational and regional development banks, this amount can be a bit larger. And in some countries, it could be larger, as it is the case of Brazil. But in general, development banks do not have all the fuel that's necessary to support in a final manner all the region. The issue is that we've heard a series of challenges, as it was said in the previous panel. In Latin America, there are several elements that go beyond the productive development policy with all the benefits. We have here the most urban centered region of the world, and there are a series of important policies that would be needed so as to reach out to all the persons. Today, poverty is not concentrated in the rural areas, but rather in the urban areas of the region. And productive development is key, essential, very important. There are several elements that have to be considered: climate change, many international challenges, the fragmentation of trade, geopolitics, and so many others. Now, the issue here is what to do. What can development banks do in order to help the region, given that the money, the gasoline, the bandwidth, as it was said before, is much uh, less than what would be necessary? If there is something that is fundamental, is that considering the limitations of the banks, we believe that we would need to consider three areas. First, the first one where there are partnerships, pacts, and second one to have additionality, and number three, resource mobilization. Perhaps with this triangle, you can do much more with the same resources. And that, in view of the main new challenges and the ones we had before, it is much more necessary to have this capacity of refining uh, the way how development banks have worked so far and their major contribution to the development of the region. This panel seeks to go deeper into these topics. And also, we need to consider the last comment is that we did have some principles, but we need to bear in mind that Latin America and the Caribbean is an extremely heterogeneous region. And what works in one country doesn't work in another. And what works in one region, in one same country, will not work in another region of this same country. So this exacerbates all the difficulties we had. So the idea was to address these challenges and also what should development banks do, with what instruments, with whom do we need to work, how should we intervene, how to coordinate, articulate, and how to coordinate, of course, with the national government or subnational governments. So for this, we have an outstanding panel meeting. Jesus Chumacero, Manager of Technical Assistance and Productive Innovations of the BDP of Bolivia; Virginia Matos, President of the AEI Board of Panama and CEO of the Sanetatos Group; Ivan Andrade Apunte, President of the Board of the Financial Corporation of Ecuador; and Claudio Maggi, a Competitive Development Manager of Corfo. So we begin with Jesus Chumacero with a question for all. What is the role of development bank within the framework of productive policies in the countries and territories? What innovative financing instruments are being addressed in order to approach this task? Please, Jesus. Thank you. Good morning, and thank you, CAF. And also, for the invitation. We are so pleased and happy and proud to participate in this panel. Regarding the question, we in Bolivia are a mixed society. That is, 80% is part of the state and 20 private. And this allows us to solve the productive development issues in a more cross-sectional manner, and that is an advantage. What have we done as Development Bank? Well, basically, the bank begins working in 2007, and there is a second floor bank. In 2015 is first and second floor bank, and that opens up a challenge to have direct interventions. It is there that we begin to define what places and territories can have our participation. So we launched one first tool, which is a map of economic productive areas and understand each territory. It's more difficult than what we hear. It is a tool that is in an ongoing development, but has opened our eyes to determine that the information is one of the main axes in order to define what can be done, where, and how. Thus, currently, we are developing what we call productive intelligence. That is, to work in more information, to collect from the same customers articulated to the state areas so that we know where we are and where are we going. All this productive process has allowed us to identify our weak points, and thus we have our sustainable finances program. The bank, like all other development banks, sees in the future a major problem regarding climate change. And so, in this Productive Intelligence Center, there is another challenge to determine where do we need to strengthen this equation of producers and supporters in order to be resilient to climate change with financing. So we started working with financial and non-financial services. With financial services, we generate products that may be accessible to the producer, but also to have a green line. And our sustainable finance program is based on three fundamental axes. One is generating financial products. Number two is financial innovative mechanisms. And number three is implementation of environmental and social policies. In the first axis, well, financial products have been generated, created in accordance with the needs of growth, but also in accordance with the new challenges regarding climate change. One program is called Adapta. Another one is efficiency, and so producers can access these financial products that allows them to adapt to climate change. There's one on development and two other products that will be worked this year, which is resilience and forests. In innovative financial mechanisms, we've worked in green bonds. Our country has launched the first green bond, and it's we as Development Bank were the ones that created the process. I understand that in Chile also you've been doing this type of financial mechanisms for quite a while. We are working in climate funds, and the Development Bank will be the first ones to have access to this, and also in the generation and management of green projects. And in sustainable policies, well, We've worked with the safeguards of environment, social, and gender. All efforts are being made to measure the carbon footprint of customers and banks. And we have a system for reporting. This, because as I said at the beginning, is the key is to manage data, and data should provide evidence of where and how to work. And thus, everything is centered in the measurement of impacts to know that the interventions we're doing, what's the impact they have, and through this measurement to make the necessary adjustments that will allow us to change the initial idea or rather reinforce. And therein comes the challenge, which is massification. How do we spread, disseminate those points that have, or how do we multiply those points that have had good data, good growth, and that is precisely through technology and to set up the micro markets we have in the zone. Within this productive intelligence center, we have uh, 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 we provide information to the producers, allowing them to have resilience. This has been our own development work through academia and also with programs of the state. And we've achieved this coordination, articulation. It hasn't been easy. Now, to make it massive, well, evidently, the social media is one tool for that. We've done some small pilot tests sending WhatsApp to rural areas, and that has been very efficient. And through that means, we are generating a good articulation and links and progress regarding sharing this information. And with that, we've generated these new products. And with that, we've had mm, excellent financial or an improvement of our financial statements. It is a route to follow that has provided good results along the way. Thank you. Excellent. I immediately move on to Virginia Matos. Good morning and thank you for the invitation to this super important event. I come to speak about experiences and some examples that have been successful. I'm president of the board of AEI. It is Entrepreneurship and Innovation Partnership that was created in Ecuador 11 years back. I'm Panamanian, but I lived there for some years. And opportunities began to be created, very interesting ones, in order to uh, have practical issues that I will now mention. One of the interesting topics was the work that was done precisely with CAF about strategy for the 2030 strategy. And there, a very interesting route was set up. It was exceedingly well designed, not only for AI and for technology and innovation, and also there was an opportunity to go out to other countries, as it is the case of AEI of Panama. One interesting product today, this partnership of innovation and entrepreneurship uh, has covered 17,000 entrepreneurs. It has generated throughout years $130 million in Panama. We began only 3 years back, and we have 80 entrepreneurs with $6 million. And how this initiative has taken shape. Well, an iconic element in Ecuador was after the earthquake, there was an initiative that was called re-entrepreneurship or re-emprende. That is because of the earthquake, cities and places had to rebuild, and with the help of all, supporting uh, private, or I mean, private sector, private entrepreneurs, entrepreneurs from Ecuador got together, provided funds in order to reactivate the small enterprises in the provinces. And it was simply that I give you for you to reopen or restore your enterprise. No, no, no. It was much deeper. They were trained to re-undertake, have a re-entrepreneurship with a better way, with financial issues, seeking of objectives. And today we see that out of each dollar that was invested in that initiative, there was a 17 times multiplication, and that has had an impact on 7,000 people in those areas. Some of those companies have won awards that have been very
And this practice, which was private, ac- involving the academia, multilateral agencies, government at a local level, was replicated in Amazonia and other places. In Ecuador, we began just after the pandemic. The idea was to reactivate areas such as agro and tourism in Pedací and Chiriquí in Panama. And in this case, 100% private funds. But very interestingly, we have achieved large anchor companies, in this case supermarkets, that were able to receive, to take what was being produced in agriculture. But nevertheless, it was a direct invitation with the farmers in the area, but also it included the city of El Saber, where, in terms of training and generation of one anchor company, because they needed to see the quality of the produce. And also, at a time that the entire world was going through a difficult time, this was seen with not much hope, but joint work, which is relevant. The idea is to identify public, private, and multilateral agency initiatives, and together it is possible to do a lot. All of these initiatives continue and are taken care of through this alliance. The idea is for them to continue having an impact. And the idea is that as it is possible to multiply in terms of investment, training, they are important examples that are tangible. They occur in practice, and it is possible to continue with the practice in relation to this question you have asked as to how this can have an impact in these regions. Well, thank you very much, Virginia. A very interesting presentation. I now move on immediately to Ivan Andrade Apunte. Ivan, please. Good morning, Jorge, and the entire audience. It is an honor to be with all of you at this meeting. I would like to highlight the role of development banking, picking up on these elements. One of these, to begin, is the fact that we are always affected by the fact that there are limited resources, and having the ability to have an impact at the level required for our region to be enhanced, and also that the view of the development banking takes off, but we have limited resources. And this means that we need to prioritize. And of course, the needs are multiple. And in view of this, it is important to determine, and right from the start, what sort of development banking we will be doing. Just one example, and here the National Financial Corporation decided that we will be a second tier bank. Why? Well, because the combination of efforts. One of the important elements is being able to segment and focus uh, and multiply these scarce resources to thousands and thousands of citizens in different regions of the country. And when at the time the idea is to combine in a single institution, or you say, this is the belief in Ecuador, and Ecuador is usually siphoned off to different sectors and segments. That's not good for anyone. And so, coming up with our programs to multilateral agencies, by linking them to them, this opened up the possibility of obtaining resources. And in 2 years, $560 million have been paid out for the financing of micro and SMEs for the private sector in Ecuador. And it is that in that way that we have reached and to have managed to have a major impact in the country at different levels, micro loans and SMEs. So that is a way of enhancing our resources. And in our case, we determined a second tier bank, not first tier. And so, as a result of this, the multiplication of the resources and reaching 25,000 different beneficiaries in different segments, and where also the capacity to specify issues such as reaching with natures of this type, where gender is very relevant, and more than 50% or 53% of the resources have gone to small, micro, and medium-sized women, micro enterprise businessmen, and also the fact of reaching different regions, that we be inclusive and having also incorporated elements to measure the impact of climate change. And this, once again, based on the same approach of prioritizing limited resources. And then there's a second aspect here. What will we do here on? And in that sense, we need to look for another type of program. And likewise, hand in hand with a national development bank. And then through the mechanism, that is why we want to relaunch the national program for guarantees, which is a multiplier for resource allocation in sectors, adding loans, micro and SMEs, and that are able to make the most of equity, also supported by multilateral agencies. And so in this case, they will have what we are working with to put together our equity. And World Bank, CAF, and IDB are giving out the resources. The idea is to have good wealth in order to finance what has to be done, and that then new enterprises, new companies, or new segments that so far have been unattended may also be included because they are having the support or the quality of risk and guarantees that are based on wealth that is backed by multilateral agencies. And so then, the third element that is that the future for us must integrate as a national development banking and multilateral banking the what has already happened in certain countries, and where it is true, we must say that each national development banking must strengthen their financial position, having a way of measuring the outcomes through these programs, that in future we may see that the enhancing of these limited resources will be linked to the involvement or engagement of multilateral agencies and development banking directly. And this will directly affect the capital of our national organizations because the programs will have a dimension of a different level. And this will mean that we can add other segments and sectors that today we're not servicing, and do so with the same limited resources. So we're enhancing the capital of the banks through this partnership. And this will give us the ability, among other things, to consider one element that we have not yet integrated, and that is when we are speaking of the role of development banking, we're speaking of financial education, but we don't speak about that, nor do we talk about venture capital. Money is averse to risk. But if we want to think that we're going to cross the border of the thinking of development banking, we need to integrate elements that have to do with venture capital. How do you support entrepreneurs? This is the example given by the lady from Panama. And, and that she hosted our country, Ecuador, and the experience was good. You must be prepared to lose, yes, also to win together, both winning and losing. And that has not yet been integrated. It's not easy to think of it that way. So we need to transfer this to another level. And so consider certain issues, technology development, and so on. And the percentages mentioned at the start, $1.5 trillion until 2030, 2040. We won't get those resources, but some of them, yes. Some of those resources is venture capital. So what happens if we bring in more resources for R&D, combining efforts of these unilaterals as the center for R&D? And so maybe this would be taking a significant step toward adding human talent to financial resources. That is it. Thank you. Thank you, Ivan. Very interesting points that you have made. I now will move on to Claudio Maggi, please. Yes, thank you, Jorge, and I also thank ECLAC and CAF for the invitation. Greetings to all panelists. It's an honor to be part of this panel. The first thing I would like to say in reply to your question, Jorge, is that I represent Corfo in Chile. And at Corfo, we consider that we are not a development bank. It is an agency, a development agency. And as such, we do have certain functions that maybe could be considered of development banking. But basically, what we do is carry out activities and devise, supplement the activities that supplement what is done by the development banking. So we're friends, the multilaterals, yes, but we do not have a national development banking. And one of the projects that we have is precisely to, in the purview of the institutional context of Corfo, have an agency of financing for development. Now, in relation to these roles and how they are expressed today, you could say that one role of development banking is to generate a sufficient financing for development, the deployment of new productive sectors, but for the transition of the economy towards more dynamic sectors, but also to revitalize tissues, productive tissues, and have a more mature industry, and which translates into this a response of appropriate financing and with additionality and expressed in the portfolio that must be able to have a positive impact on change in this road towards modernization, productive transformation of our national economies. Focused, as was said here, furthering productivity, but otherwise it is very difficult. But also with territorial economies and also at the level of productive conglomerates and value chains. This is a versatility of approaches that I believe opens up great possibilities for for development banking, and I insist that it has its advantage of being able to do it within this partnership, within this supplement of roles of agencies with a more specific purpose of furthering productive development in our countries and territories. It is an interesting topic linked to your question that this role of development banking, although it is national, uh, it goes acquiring expressions depending on how uh, things evolve. Our territorial and national realities in terms of our productive development, the depth of our local financial markets, but also, and most importantly, on how the surroundings evolve. How we approach these global surroundings that poses technological challenges, a digital transformation that is already a reality, and which means that the jobs of the future will be totally different to what we used to know until recently. And so, therefore, we need to invest in our human capital, a very unheard of form, a way of doing things, but also the sustainability in terms of sustainability linked to climate change, the decarbonization, and also in relation to balances. All of these challenges consider transitions, and they must be fair transitions. And so that we may really move ahead towards sustainable development patterns and these balances, as I said, in relation to gender, territories, very important in our countries. And in particular, in our country, development banking has had a very relevant role in terms of being able to expand and deepen our financing offer. And so, in that sense, we have had a close partnership with others to create a second tier offer, often with multilateral financing that includes lines of credit, dedicated lines of credit, and intentional as also a system of loan guarantees. And so in that area, we have experience that goes back several decades and deepening access to loan for SMEs and territorial communities and specific territories as well. And so, yes, it continues to be a constant challenge, this collaborative work with development banking in terms of designing financing instruments that have that additionality in terms of where do we still have gaps in terms of access, capillarity, and financing. A second theme mentioned by the colleague from Ecuador, and that we will have already been working at least 2 decades working on this, developing in Chile and hopefully in the region a very vigorous venture capital industry. If we want to transform our economies, we cannot wait for this to happen with a traditional offer of finance. It is the innovative companies, the most innovative startups that will, well, first of all, to develop and then scale up, they do require this sort of offer that is done and becomes a partner, that development that is marked by great uncertainty, ample information asymmetries. And so the world has shown that that sort of development just require a vigorous venture capital industry. And the development that we've seen in the last 2 decades of developing specialized venture capital funds has allowed us to close certain gaps, also within early interventions, say seed capital, and to create uh, venture enterprises. And Chile has shown to be very favorable and advantageous. But of course, nevertheless, we do face difficulties. How do you scale up those companies and those innovative ventures? It's not just a pure startup, it's a scale up. For a long time, the more dynamic countries were able to go to the USA or different international clusters, and there was an abundance of financing for that scale of development. But that is not the current situation. And so we must be able, also in the region, to develop that sort of financing. That may have different expressions. Funds of funds linked to venture capital allows us to attract international offers, scaling up in association with the stock exchange. And I would say that the outcomes are quite promising with the Santiago stock exchange, and we're hoping to do something similar in Lima and also in Bogota, creating a sort of similar trade opening like NASDAQ, but for these technology companies that are very dynamic. And then also we come up with an area that is a segment not addressed in this challenge. And these are companies that do have a productive basis that is highly technological, that they do have a component of innovation and challenge. But scale up requires of investment, capex, which is significant, and their venture capital is insufficient. It will never be that much. It takes on risk, yes, but not that early on. And so that arrangement means that we must give priority to the uh, development financing agency that is able to to contribute together with the financial sector. They worked together with the local financial sector, the regulatory agencies at local level, and support with organizations such as ECLAC and IDB as well, in order to offer this patient financing, which requires a great expertise, great capacity, because we're speaking of capital return periods that are quite extended. And so having a portfolio that is sustainable, understanding that this is a patient capital. And along those lines, we have identified the need to have a specialized capacity in terms of Chilean institutionality in order to cover that gap that we understand is the least covered of this tissue that we have been building very collaborative with development banking in recent years.
Claudio, excellent. Thank you very much. Uh, I believe that a summary of these answers include the need to prioritize strategic approach, open eyes to innovation and collaboration. I believe all that forms would be a sort of summary. And now we move on to a second round of questions, which is the following. Part of a productive development policy needs requires a coordination and a simultaneous operation of various policies that involve various ministries and agencies. How have you articulated, how have development banks coordinated with different PDPs? And here we would like to begin in the opposite order. So, Claudio, you would be the first one to speak. I wasn't expecting to speak again so quickly, but indeed, the complexity and the necessary systemic approach implicit in present-day challenges in such an such speedy technological changes, and these conditions that have to do with sustainability, and also the fact that our societies are changing and becoming uh, quick reaction societies that are subject to an important pressure. And also, the desire to have a better quality of life implies that productive development policies and their expressions and programs and the expressions in terms of financing for development have to simultaneously deal with the systemic approach and also have to deal with these highly complex challenges. And that inevitably requires a very high quality interaction between development banks and their other counterparts that deploy these public policies. In this sense, the contribution of development banks is fundamental. And in which specific areas? Well, first of all, in terms, it implies a diagnosis capability and a prospection capability out of the box, a more comparative approach at an international level, a wider ranging perspective, the identification of different trends. So we spoke about offshoring with you at a given moment in time, and that opened up our eyes to something that we were unclear of. And in that sense, the role of development banks that provide support to the quality of programs, policies, and instruments that are designed is extremely important. But this is not enough if there is no healthy interaction between institutions and development banks. In that, they must have a very close relationship so that they can speak with a high level of confidence, of trust, um, with enormous complicity when it comes to promoting these policies. But at the same time, they must also be able to look as from a distance and rigorously analyze the diagnosis part and also the monitoring and evaluation of what it is that we're doing in the different countries. A comparative evaluation is always a very important tool, and it's also very helpful for development banks to conduct this. And we also need to overcome, or we can also help development banks to overcome public cooperation. And I would like to go back to the example of green hydrogen in Corfo. Given our legal structure, Corfo is able to establish small Corfo agencies called Corfo committees, and we established a Corfo committee for green hydrogen, which involves 11 ministries plus a research institute and plus the development bank, and that is very difficult to coordinate. It involves different hierarchies, different governance structures that have to work in a synchronized and coordinated fashion. And the role uh, of development banks is very important in that sense because they provide us with elements that enable us to work in a much more cohesive manner. They provide us with formulas for work which are very important. And the most concrete example in this sense, perhaps one of the most relevant instruments that the National Green Hydrogen policy has is the development of a financial facility in an entity to develop these projects in our country. These are long-lasting programs and projects. It involves an important level of design, and they are being developed at a time when the market is still not mature in terms of the establishment of the price of the creation of a molecule of green hydrogen. But they are making these projections, and therefore all this makes it very necessary to have an entity in place that enables them to organize their project financing and to manage the financial closure. Uh, for a development bank, for a country to have a country flag, so to speak, saying, well, I'm investing in this financing, I form part of the syndicate that is organizing the credit to finance a project, is extremely important. And without without development banks and without multilateral agencies, it would have been very difficult for us to advance in the organization of this instrument, which involves an initial investment of $1 billion, which involves the participation of CAF, the IDB, the World Bank, the European Development Bank, and German entities. And this implies coordination, enormous coordination. It's hard work, but I think it's worthwhile. And we all agree that we need to provide this shared vision of overcoming these major challenges involved in establishing, as from scratch, a productive, transformative, productive sector such as green hydrogen. That, I believe, is an example that exemplifies the complexities that we have to tackle nowadays. Thank you, Claudio. And here I repeat one of your last words: hard work, but which is so worthwhile. Yes, I do indeed believe that this is worthwhile. Well, this effort that development banks are making in favor of our countries. Ivan, please. Thank you. What has just been said by Claudio in terms of how to interact, and given the fact that we have to deal at an institutional level. In the case of Ecuador, we begin with two elements. In terms of organization, there's a productive sector headed by the Minister of Industry, Trade, Industry and Trade. And we form part of the government and also government institutions. And that helps us, I believe, to understand the government guiding lines. And in terms of governance, when it comes to development banks, we have a board that involves the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Industries, and the Minister of Agriculture, and also the Minister of Tourism. And that leads us to the plural nature of the institutional framework. But I've also wanted to provide you with a vision of in which direction we're advancing. Well, the elements that we begin with in the interinstitutional relationship can indeed be changing, and they are changing depending on the administration in government. But the strength of the national strategy has to transcend changes in administration, and for that purpose, we require tremendously strong institutions. That, from the viewpoint of the corporate government, in terms of the ability of people to act. And we want to highlight that so that we can strengthen corporate governments of institutions such as the National Development Bank, which is a national financial institution. Without them, it would be very difficult to establish a long and medium-term strategy. And when we're talking about integrating these various components, state policies, that also implies that when we incorporate the private sector in order to define and design productive development policies, that would become a fundamental element that goes beyond the element of a specific government policy, so that it can have that medium to long-term connotation. And in that sense, promoting a national strategy which involves the incorporation of the private sector and which involves the private financial sector and the national development banks and the multilateral development banks would, I believe, be of tremendous benefit, so that we can have a productive development strategy that encompasses and includes the circular economy, issues related to venture capital, uh, so that we can have a national policy in place, much more specific than that of a development bank or of interinstitutional entities. Thank you. Thank you, Ivan. Very interesting what you say.
Muy de acuerdo contigo.
I fully agree with you. In Virginia, well, in actual fact, it's very interesting to listen to both Ivan and Claudio. I believe that we have a lot of information there. The issue of governance that was discussed as from the very first moment when we talked about the inaugural message is a fundamental element uh, for everything to happen. And as mentioned, we have to identify these tripartite entities capable of focusing, for example, let's see, in Panama, one of the very important elements is the development of agriculture, tourism, of logistics, and of technology. And so when we look at this and realize that nobody can do this on their own, we have private banks, we have multilateral ones, we have NGOs, networks such as AI network. But we have to identify these sectors, and every country is very different. Panama took IA, but Panama adjusted that to Panamanian needs. There is no one size fits all. We have to understand the context of each country, but you have many good practices. In Corfu, you have spectacular practices that have been implemented for many, many years. It's a super advanced country that has enabled you to experiment and so on. And in the case of our countries, especially in the specific case of Panama, there are various initiatives underway. However, there are issues, challenges that are regulatory frameworks, and a regulatory framework, I believe, would provide a greater confidence to invest, to truly focus. And another element is continuity. Sometimes you work on an area, not only at the level of Panama, but at the level of many countries. And this project is spectacular with a governor of a specific area. Everyone is committed and so on. And definitely one of the major challenges, and this is something that we discussed with teams the other day, is this tripartite relationship. Here with IA, there are private investors that are very willing to support entrepreneurship and innovation. And these anchor companies mean that these products that come from entrepreneurs can be used sometimes as final products, sometimes as inputs for manufacturing and for the production of other inputs. But it would be interesting to assess one-to-one investment, which is the private company and so on, investing an amount for a specific activity, and that be matched one-to-one by a multilateral entity, and that joint cooperation around specific issues, agriculture, for example, which is an extremely important aspect for everyone. We can talk about everything, but without agriculture, there is no food. Without agriculture, there is no future. And but we have to very quickly provide training. There is a lot that has to be done in terms of human resources, and often we are evidencing or we're seeing human resources in terms of how we get here, how I invest in technology and so on. But we're talking of producers who sometimes have to take one step back and conclude their schooling, for example, and therefore all these joint activities that can be undertaken. And I believe that this is an important forum so that we can create or enter into alliances, enabling us to be enriched by what we will do and to adapt countries as far as possible, obviously, will uh, imply continuity. This is a specific approach, and I believe that if we are able, via the experience that we had with CAF, using a very clearly established strategy, and that was fantastic because that has meant a continuity. We're talking of 11 years that have not been easy. We have had to face the pandemic and so on, and we're talking 4 years in Panama with IA in the midst of the pandemic and facing many situations. But having a vision in terms of where we want to head, the challenges that we have to face, and to review that regularly, and also evaluating all these alternatives implies that we can define what we want to bet on. That will imply the possibility for continuity to transcend, and regardless of the different administrations. Yes, very important. Jesus, thank you. I would like to refer to this question, supplementing the interventions of the interesting interventions of my co-panelists, and I would like to refer to different levels. We view that macro interventions, where you have to enter into a relationship with other developing banks and multilateral entities. Some are at a country level, others at a regional level, and others at a producer level. And obviously, there you must be able to interact in a very fluid manner. Now, in the case of CAFA, we have had very interesting interventions that have enabled us to deal with issues, for example, that have to do with digitalization, internal aspects in the bank. And when we talk at an international level, we have a clear line, which is the substitution of imports with sovereignty. That forms part of our national plans, and that involves interaction with other banks. For example, we launch a system called C Bolivia at 0.5% interest rate. And obviously, that involves an interinstitutional work with other ministries and with other banks in order to define the products at the 0.5% could be applicable to those that apply to this credit. That, of course, involves analysis and interaction between different levels of the state. Now, when we talk about seed capital, we have experiences with a financing fund, and the same thing happens there. You have to interact at a company level with organizations and establish the best operational formula. And the best discussions are not held at the beginning, because inevitably you have to determine, because the idea is for everyone to win.
¿no? But it is a challenge, and that generates certain expertise and maturity in order to handle those roles. When you work with entrepreneurs, we have a seed capital fund that is mainly addressed to the manufacturing sector, because it is there where there is a greater intervention. Also, we speak about levels, because we have one level if you work with the entrepreneur in order to train on these capacities, and we have another group which is ecosystems to be articulated and generate these partnerships. What is the advantage? There are many experiences. The bibliography in CAF, in Corfo, show all the stages of this evolution. There's a timeline. Actions that were done 10 years back, maybe they don't work today, but we have an excellent lesson of that which was achieved, could be learned. And that is why I stress the information management, both historically, and that is the basis for actions to the future. When we have a specific actions with growers or producers, if we speak about intervention proper, we cooperate and partner with private enterprises. They go and show the product, for example, irrigation system, to the grower. They're interested, fine. Then we provide a loan for that producer to carry out the growth or the production. So all these are different ways and procedures that need to be spread and disseminated. Excellent, Jesus. So a few words summarizing what we have heard. In the previous session, we spoke about bandwidth as to capacity, but we also need bandwidth in the capacity of coordination, where we can produce much more with what we already had, or with the very scarce resources we have, much more could be done. Also, another point, continuity of policies, that is very important insofar as regulatory issues, lessons learned, expertise, as Jesus was saying, and the complexities of the new attempts and new productions require much more partnership and coordination. So coordination is key. So we are arriving to the end, and I would like to ask each one of the panel members 1 minute, 2 minutes. What is your general view on how the bank needs to support the productivity agenda in your country? I begin now with Virginia. Well, I think to conclude and not repeat, the work of the many stakeholders in these events, private enterprise, public enterprise, academia, multilateral agencies, centered in round tables for dialogue with a common purpose. That is what really we can start seeing small changes and at the same time maintaining continuity, having the vision of the best practices and what has happened in the different countries of CAF. That helps a lot from to get faster from A to Z instead of scattering. And something that is very important to conclude is this type of forum. I understand began last year. They have continued and they are important, where the participation of different countries in Latin America may contribute. And at the end, we all want common good. We want to reduce poverty, improve quality of life, and it is very steep to get to the top to those targets. So we need to adopt stronger actions, robust actions from everywhere. Therefore, these roundtables are so important in order to begin taking off and have a solid agenda. Thank you. Claudio? Yes, I concur and share what Virginia has said. I would add one nuance. I think in order to address the great challenge we have on productivity in the region that we saw it at the beginning, Marcos, I think, was the one who showed the slide on or our declining performance as compared to the rest of the world, which is the basis for growth and development, is to identify first the gaps that need to be closed. But with the support of the Development Bank, we can develop forms of incidence, of intervention with an impact. And thus, sharing the fact that this has to be in dialogue spaces and collaborative public, private, academia, civil society spaces. It's also important to identify those more structural gaps, those that are along the lines of critical mass and how far we are, that will involve thinking prospectively in these spaces and dare develop projects of structural transformation towards important technological changes, towards transition of our economies from less productivity to more dynamic and more productive uh, sectors without giving way or without missing our advantages. And it's something that is very important, and we cannot afford not having to get to meet and unhamper the regulatory, the permits, the series of traps or small stones in your shoes that need to be fixed. We do have executive tables for productivity with different productive sectors that have a major response from the industry precisely because we address those pains or those problems. And if in 6 months we are not able to solve that issue, it's either we have not diagnosed well or our answer has not been the appropriate one. And so we have a shared challenge, and with the role of development banks accompanying, evaluating, assessing, generating best practices with lessons learned, and also accompanying and monitoring with financing. Thank you. I would only contribute with identifying regions. Each region has a uniqueness, specificity, and has its potential, and they can join with our regions. I'm not speaking only in one country, but in the continent. To identify that would be an interesting challenge, and thus generate a map of what regions can contribute to what other regions. And that is one challenge. And support the having clear indicators and well defined on the financial, the social, and the environment. Those indicators have a clear map of them. And now, closing. Thank you. I've learned very much, and it's one of the benefits of being in this CAF and ECLAC for forums. Beyond the subjects that have been pointed out, three elements. One, we as development banks can support productive development if we dare risk. That is an element that when we are banks goes on the opposite direction of what is to manage a bank institution. But we need to dare risk, run risks, because otherwise we will not reach out to those sectors that are in need. Also, we need to integrate. And as we don't know everything, we know very little, is that the development of products and solutions should integrate private society, private sector. And sometimes the solution to what we have identified will not be enough. On our part, we need to resort to private banks and beneficiaries as well, so as to know what is really needed. And this goes hand in hand with one of the subjects you've mentioned. And then the third point is that in practice, our integration with the banks to be truly effective as national development banks, we need to seek strengthening jointly with multilateral development banks. That's the only way we will enable the multiplication of fish and bread. Thank you very much. Excellent, Ivan, Virginia, Claudio, Jesus, and Ivan. Thank you very much. I think it was a very rich, open, excellent, and productive discussion. Thank you for participating with us. Thank you. Thank you also to Jorge for being the moderator of this panel. To each one of the members, we reiterate thanks. We now move on to the third panel, but I remind you that you can share your comments with hashtag conference CAF and CEPAL and follow out at Agenda CAF at CEPAL UN in Facebook and X. And now we move on to the third session of this conference on policies of productive development with territorial approach. I invite Juan Carlos Elorza, Director of Technical and Sectoral Analysis, CAF. He will chair these sessions, and also Adriana Alves, National Secretary of Policies of Regional and Territorial Development of Brazil, Richard Calderon, Prefect of the Imbabura Province of Ecuador, also Guillermo Acosta, Minister of Economy and Public Management of Province of Córdoba, Argentina, Juan Luis Ucet, head of the cabinet of the province of Neuquén, and Oliver Torres, director of TCI, strategy of Council of Economic Development of Chihuahua, Mexico. Juan Carlos, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be once again in this place, in this house, where I've shared a lot with the attendants about the activities of CAF and CEPAL. Greetings to the colleagues of CAF and CEPAL, and especially to the public that is in the room in spite of all difficulties. So, a while ago, a colleague recalled a sentence of a song of Juan Manuel Serrat in view of the message of my dear friend Gonzalo Rivas. Truth is never sad. What happens is that it cannot be solved. So this panel has the task that to show that it's not only sad, not sad, but at the same time that it has a solution in 1 hour, less than 1 hour. So all the efforts for that. As I was saying, economic growth can no longer be separate from social and environmental considerations. It's imperative to have a framework of public policies that will encompass and promote productivity, growth, competitiveness, inclusion, equity, but also seeing to all the regions. Otherwise, we cannot speak about inclusion and equity if we don't take into account the region. Many of the elements that are key for inequity in the region are precisely from due to the distance between the center and the regions. It is a widespread problem. We've seen it this morning, and we will focus in this panel on specifically on topics of coordination, national territorial coordination of what is territorial with the private sector, with civil society, with the living agents of territories. And I would invite you to help us. That is why you've been chosen for this panel, to reflect about how clusters, productive clusters, can be of great importance as an instrument of articulation of players in territorial development. Much has been said about the importance, but what's key now is to hear the voice of direct stakeholders in this situation. So we have Adriana Alves, National Secretary of Regional and Territorial Development of Development Policies of Brazil. Richard Calderon, Prefect of the Province of Imbabura, Ecuador. Guillermo Acosta, Minister of Economy and Public Management of Córdoba, Argentina. And Oliver Torres, Director of TCI and of Strategies of Economic Development Center of Chihuahua, Mexico. So I'll raise two questions. Remember that you are you have to make a big effort to be concrete, please, because it's the only thing that separates the audience from lunch. I mean, so one of the challenges, persisting challenges, is the difficulty to articulate or coordinate national efforts with territorial ones. Many of the difficulties are due to, could be political organization of the country or baseline inequities of regions, capacity differences. So the question to each one of you, how has your experience been in the articulation or coordination of nation and territory? How to improve that? I would begin with Adriana. She has a vision from the federal point of view and has a very important task in the dialogue with the regions as a federal point of view. Thank you very much for the invitation. I thank CAF and ECLAC. I am representing Minister Valdez. It's important to mention that Brazil believes in a policy of clusters.
Os sistemas produtivos e inovativos locais e regionais. Exatamente porque, desde a trajetória, né, de formação,
Because with the trajectory and the socio-economic trajectory of the country, this has been done through strategic elections that did not continue the sub-regional, sub-national scale. We who work aiming to transform regional inequalities have in this productive structure development based on clusters and productive arrangements one clear strategy to reduce inequality. And that initiative or that strategy is already in Brazil for 2 decades now, about 20 years. And the strategy is included in the regional policy of Brazil. But there's a lot of learning since then and to date. I believe that it is only based on a decade, in the last decade, that we have put together a clearer and more continuous strategy in terms of acting at territorial level at a less incremental, more structural manner. And we believe that there lies the challenge of structuring a cluster public policy and overcoming incrementalism, overcoming the excessive fragmentation, or overcoming the lack of continuity of public policies that we have often seen in the countries that set up these policies. I'm saying this because we are looking for the structure, we know of the development processes, either social, productive, regional, productive. The process is nevertheless multidimensional, and the process to transform the territory does not occur case by case, but in the long term. And for us to be able to structure virtuous processes with an economic dynamism that leads to increased productivity, what we need is to be far more focused, to do things in a less fragmented way, and do so based on strategic choices that could occur in productive settings or in eligible territories. And this comes about based on investment, which is offered to the prior planning processes. We need to know the territory, we need to do prospection. We need to hold elections and have strategic wagers in a participatory way in consensus with the territory. And based on that, we direct our institutions, we assign or convene these strategic associations to set up projects. And that requires a level of maturity that is natural and will often go far beyond cycles involved. And that is another challenge, overcoming the lack of administrative continuity in public policies. And often this is interrupted in the changes of government and the cycles. And so for that, it is necessary to wager in favor of the economy of the territory, strengthening their capacities and having partners and meeting with other partners that are able to not fall into that lack of continuity. Universities, federal institutions, and research centers always have cadres that last longer and they may support these long-term processes. And so we want to work with that territorial autonomy based on these productive projects in strategic areas, such as, for example, Brazil is going through a transition of a development model that is fairly well set into sustainability, the transformation of the energy matrix, clean energies, and that must be adapted to the territories. And major plans, national plans, must lead to benefits at different regional scales. And so there is a lot of work to be done in terms of governance and that we are hoping to implement. And now I would like to highlight Adriana as a role has a very complex role to play connecting things, and she needs to interact with all regions and choosing strategic lines and clear lines of action, more or less harmonized, is a task that the region must play. They must have their own identity and make that identity valid within the strategic lines. Perhaps due to a bias, Adriana, of my work at CAF, but also one very important actor that is continued over time and is a great ally when it comes to minimizing the effects of the political impact on enterprises is, well, I would now continue with Richard with the same question from the viewpoint of a particular region. Go ahead. Well, good afternoon, and thank you very much for the invitation. Precisely, I will refer to a very relevant experience that I had when I was mayor of a canton of 50,000 inhabitants, where a textile cluster was deployed. And there it was essential, this alignment with the national development model implemented in the decade, say, 2007 to 2017, known as the Buen Vivir model, a good living model. And Ecuador had a very high political visibility. We'd had a number of presidents in just a few years, and we had a medium term policy, and it was able to break with the territorial inequality by centralism, which meant that public investment was in only two large cities, Quito and Guayaquil. And in fact, the country underwent a significant economic growth of 3.5% on average, and a also a significant reduction of poverty, going from 38 to 24%. And so this very relevant event in the country was precisely due to the fact that the vocations, the strengths, the potential that existed in each territory was made the most of. So in this canton, it was possible to reach zero unemployment and even have jobs for neighboring cantons or municipalities. And this was possible because the country understood within this model what the needs of the territories were. And so in this case, there was a policy to strengthen national production of the domestic market, improving the consumption capacity, and which meant that the textile cluster could have a relevant development. And even international cooperation was supported by UN Organization for Industrial Development, and here is Marcolini, who was accompanied us in that process with the Ministry of Industry. And they strengthened partnerships with the Chamber of Trade and Textiles, Utaki, and who was and the mayor. So all activities were carried out in order to have a public and private relationship that would allow us to strengthen the cluster. It was possible to increase competitiveness, a significant growth for the canton, that also in turn contributed to growth at a national level. I must say that the national model is so important that now, with this turn that the country has taken towards a free market option without considering the local realities, this endangers these processes. For example, Ecuador had just signed a free trade agreement with China without the due diligence necessary for a transition. And I was paying great attention to the challenge of reconverting the economic reality of a canton. The case of Antarante, that has a textile vocation that goes back 1 century, and that today all manufacturing there would need to reconvert because it's not easy to compete with China, and where the wages are much lower, technology and volumes mean that competitiveness is lost, and this complicates the sustainability of the project. So, and these territories reconversion must be accompanied by the national model, so as not to lead to major social issues, especially related to unemployment. Today, I am the prefect in Bebura, 500,000 inhabitants, part of the canton that I directed before, and escalating the cluster strategy, where we align public and private and international cooperation and national government, we applied it to a province where the reality is more diverse. Babura, the World Geopark, recognized by UNESCO, is culturally very important. And the third part is indigenous and Afro-Ecuadorian people. Almost half is rural and the other half is urban. But today, what we want is to implement diverse clusters based on that geographical reality. Obviously, taking care for the environment, because this is one of the competencies of the prefecture. And right now, what we're doing is seeing how to ensure an activity which will, I'm sure, be one of the most important in the country in the future after oil. Two of the largest mining in the country, even among the 10 largest in South America, are precisely located in the province of Imbabura, which is the Cascabel and the Yurimawa projects. And so here, first of all, these clusters must be linked to this very important activity. It's even national. And then taking a look at how the resources through mining royalties, we've just asked for a change to Ecuadorian legislation. And so 60% of the royalties should be invested in the same territory so as to implement economic activities that are sustainable. Because as we all know, mining is a finite, non renewable resource. And what we don't want is to see, as has been the history in Ecuador and the rest of Latin America, where after exploiting these non renewable resources, the land is left destroyed and with no alternatives. So, for example, what we want is that the resources stemming from mining should dynamize several clusters that we have identified in the province and, for example, have to do with exporting fruits. We will provide the technical assistance required for these economic activities to flourish based on the cluster strategy and already aligned with a free market model, be able to export such as avocados, coffee, and cocoa. And here now, as a prefecture, we would like to provide the technical assistance so that they may align with the new national model that is currently being implemented in the country. For example, caring for the environment. Being a geopark, what we want is to foster tourism, ecotourism, agricultural tourism, sports tourism, adventure tourism, and community tourism, given the interculturality of the province. And in this way, ensure that in the province too there be employment and development. For example, what is happening at the national level, the political instability, which is different to the model that I referred to further 2007 through 2017. So right now we have an interim government after the cross death. There's an institutionalization of the state. For example, a significant decline in public investment, and the territories are being affected by this. There's been a substantive reduction of cash transfers to local governments and even delays within this weakening of public investment. There's at the same time been an increase in insecurity in the country, and this in turn hinders the development process. Certain strategic projects have been carried out, and as a province, what we would like is to look for alternative financing with public-private partnerships. And Imbabura already has a very high capacity for electricity, clean energy projects, electricity. And so, as a prefecture, what we would like is to reach agreements in order to carry out these projects and so support not only the development of this province, but the development of the entire country. We want to technify agriculture, have irrigation, and rural viability that would allow these territories with very high productive capacities may go out to urban centers. And so, lastly, something that we have always defended, that is integration, regional integration. Also essential. We are very close to Colombia, but for us is a very relevant market. But as such, regional integration, speaking of international law, are essential in order to achieve development. Obviously, we regret all of the incidents that have occurred with Mexico, and we're hoping that international law must be basic and abided, even for the territorial and integral development. Well, thank you very much, Richard. And this dimension mentioned by Richard highlights the sectoral reality, the multiplayer presence that we have there in the presence, not only through the very line and represents that region, but also the rest. And so much effort is needed in terms of coordination. And so right now, I would like, Guillermo, I'm going to skip you, and I apologize with Jose Luis because I've increased your wages. So you will have to excuse me for that. Jose Luis is the head of the cabinet in the province, not the governor. Yes, but don't worry, I'm sure that will become eventually. Please, Jose Luis, tell us how things are in the province of Neuquén in Argentina. Well, thank you very much and good morning. Very interesting. I like to thank both ECLAC and CAF for this high level panel. Perhaps contrary to what was said in the rest of the day, I come from a rich province. I come from a province that every year grows economically. I come from a province that has its second non-conventional gas reserves of the world and also oil. But also I come from a province that has 40% poverty. And so when you speak of the challenges for productive development and the challenges when it comes to connect to the different levels of government, from my viewpoint, we must take into account at least three matters. First, we as a province have made the decision to monetize our resources. We know that we have a window of opportunity, and that will last at least 25 to 30, 40 years. And we're moving towards energy transition. And of course, we are on that path. We are promoting clean energy, but we do know and consider that, well, maybe this is the last opportunity that our province has to monetize our resources and do so with a meaning, as Richard was saying just now.
Poner en valor nuestros recursos.
To sell our resources simply for a financial reason. What we seek is to accelerate investments, to provide a legal framework, and to increase those resources. We need to diversify our economic matrix. Today, most of our population lives in an area called Confluencia, which is where the capital of our province lies, which is the area known as Vaca Muerta. Perhaps you have heard that name before. And that leads to a whole series of imbalances and issues related to a crisis of growth that has a negative impact in our province, generating not only external migrations to the rest of the provinces of our country, but also migrations within our own province. And as we have to be objective in terms of monetizing our resources, we also have a main priority objective, which is to provide social sustainability to our activities. We believe that a province that is rich cannot have a 40% level of poverty. But if I told you that with regards a second largest non-conventional gas reserve in the world of people in our province don't have gas, well, you would find that incredible. But that is indeed what is happening in Neuquén, and we need to establish links with other levels of government, with a national government in the case of the need to monetize our resources, so that we can provide legal guarantees and a framework for our economy that fosters these types of investments and that enables us to accelerate this. In terms of social sustainability, well, it's not possible for an activity to be conducted if the fundamental basic structure required by a province to grow and develop is non-existent. We have weaknesses in terms of education, in terms of health, in terms of security, and clearly when we put forward the idea of valuing our resources, the purpose of that is to provide our people with a better quality of life. So we need to monetize our resources and to do that with social sustainability. I believe that those are the two major challenges that we face today as a province. And I would also like to add a third element that refers to establishing a balance within our province. As mentioned today, we have a situation in our region which concentrates the productive activity, but at the same time, in the rest of our regions, in the rest of our areas, we find a very precarious situation in terms of services and infrastructure. And this obviously has a tremendous impact, not only in terms of the quality of life of our people, but also undermines and prevents the achievement of an activity that would enable us to aspire to a better future. These are three challenges that we are tackling jointly with the rest of the stakeholders. We are uh, dealing with this through clusters. In Vaca Muerta, there is a cluster, but these are small and medium-sized local enterprises that compete with international operations, and therefore we have to focus on that as a state, as a government, and that is indeed what we're doing, based on guarantee funds, on special regulations, aware that it is not the state that will be the engine for the development of clusters, but rather that there has to be a great intention to enter into associations under a common logic to develop better competition conditions. But we believe that generating the frameworks and enabling certain specific benefits, we may achieve this link between major international operators and small local companies, generate a win-win situation for all. And as a province, we could also achieve then the objective of focusing our resources on diversifying our economic matrix, on having different revenues, not only from fossil fuels, but also objectives that have to do with state policies. And that is something that I haven't yet heard of today, and that related to education. We have said to the major international operators that in order to continue to extract our resources, they need to enter into a partnership with the province, and they need to have a system of scholarships, which is something unique in Latin America. And that is something that we launched this year because we have been in office for 100 days now. It has been difficult. It has been difficult for them to understand that if we don't attach social sustainability to these operations, there will be no profitable project if people don't view benefits in this relationship. And therefore, we have focused on that. And of course, we will continue to develop that type of policy that will enable us to focus resources where they need to be, where they need to go, which is the development of our people. We have growth, but we don't yet have development, and therefore conciliating these three elements that may even seem to be somewhat contradictory or difficult to bring together, such as monetizing our resources, providing social sustainability to activities that we rely on, because our economy relies heavily on fossil fuels, but at the same time, re-inject those resources to infrastructure and to a productive balance in all our province is a tremendous challenge, but also a tremendous opportunity to change the reality, in this case of the province of Neuquén. But if macroeconomics is put in order, also based on Vaca Muerta, we could have obtain a fiscal surplus and have a balance of payments and obtain an income of around $20 billion as from next year. And so I believe that there are many interesting conditions to deal with this. And probably Guillermo knows a lot more than me of economics, and he'll be able to reinforce some of these concepts. But today, uh, in terms of relationship between subnational and national government, which is quite complex. Many of the resources that we had foreseen in order to promote development have today been suspended. And many of those international loans that we have been working on and that we will not have as from this year, that is our reality. And we're also receiving the support of CAF so that we may be able to refunnel those resources to the development of our provinces. Thank you, Juan Luis. The issue of capacities is something that we will discuss this afternoon. That is very important. And I'd like to say something. If you find a formula to manage a tremendous natural wealth and alleviate poverty, I don't think you would only be the governor of Neuquén, but rather the governor of the whole of Latin America. So don't worry, we are working on that task and have been doing so for many decades. Let's continue with Argentina. No, Guillermo, you have the floor first. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, everyone, for the invitation. CAF and ECLAC, this is the third time that I change, and each panel has left very many interesting things. And the first thing that I would like to say is, well, how to design, or the experience of Cordoba. I am the minister of the province of Cordoba, but until recently I was minister of the economy of Cordoba city. So many of the things that I would like to comment have to do with Cordoba city, how a local government can conduct productive development policies, and it is the PDP, as from a sub national jurisdiction, the city has to coordinate with the province, and in turn, the province has to enter into a coordination with the nation. So it's much more difficult. But Cordoba was the first time in its history that it deliberately established productive development policies. And so our first point was not to lose time and to learn from people that were knowledgeable, to ask ECLAC, to ask CAF, to ask IDB to coordinate cluster activities and so on. In other words, not to lose time in inventing things that had already been invented. And from there, we had to choose the best aspects in order to establish our own productive development policy. For many of you, well, but the mayor always asked the team for things, saying, well, I don't have time, I don't have time. And he had very good results because he is today governor of the province and not only mayor. So this PDP worked very well. Why? Because our inhabitants voted for that. But the key aspect for the development of this productive development policy was to integrate it. Often those of us that design policies become somewhat isolated, but obviously there are health problems, education problems, finance problems. We have to maintain a balance. And so there is a question of what is possible and what is desirable. And there is a key element is the political leadership. In other words, a person leading the project must be fully convinced of all of this. When we promoted cluster initiatives, well, that was because the governor of the province of Córdoba is fully convinced of the impact of cluster policies. When we promoted digital transformation policies, well, it's because he was convinced of that, because he becomes knowledgeable of that, because he asks questions about that. And that, of course, makes the whole team collaborate. And now, when we talk about collaboration, many of you are probably public officials or have been public officials and are probably aware that it's often difficult to enter into coordination or to establish coordination with our peers. Often the public dialogue at the same level is much more difficult than the public-private dialogue that is often talked about. And our ministers often take, or our secretaries often take days to coordinate a ministerial or a dialogue between ministers. Now, another aspect is to bring on board the private sector in Cordoba. We brought them on board from the very onset. The governor established a specific entity for that purpose to promote productive development policies, and that entity is called Cordoba Acelera. And Cordoba Acelera was created involving 7 first-line private entrepreneurs, very successful and linked to some to the economy of knowledge and to other sectors that were more traditional, more mature, that were also forced to incorporate new technologies. And therefore, the whole productive development policy developed by the city was designed with the private sector and with very significant representatives of the private sector. I believe that Rivasov, the IDB, talked about the capability of officials, and clearly we do have to talk about the capacity and the ideal nature of the public officials. If the public official is not knowledgeable, it will be very difficult for him or her to incorporate technologies or to understand the issues of the sector, the issues of the private sector, and therefore the city paid special attention on that. For example, the person coordinating the policy of migrating things to the cloud, and that has made Córdoba an example at a Latin American level in terms of how to use cloud services, was a person that came from a technological company. In other words, a good part of our cabinet linked to production comes from the private sector, and therefore that facilitates dialogue. A further aspect refers to knowledge-based policies to transform that enormous amount of information into data so that based on that data, we can begin to build robust policies. This is a key aspect to prevent this issue of what is possible versus what is desirable. We have to be very knowledgeable. We have to have concrete data at hand. The fact that we know each other through this data is obviously what will enable us to prioritize. In other words, it's not the same to promote any sector. Why? Because there is an input-output matrix that establishes these direct or indirect coefficients. So we know that it's not the same to promote certain activities and rather than promote others. And a final thing has to do with quick victories. In other words, we can't take too long in being able to show to society, to our inhabitants and to the clients of this productive development policy what is actually working. That is something that we cannot lose sight of. And we will continue to discuss many other aspects about the issue of talent and the creation of talent is something that we dealt in Córdoba via cluster initiatives. Probably the automobile cluster, for example, didn't have the automobile engineering that they would have desired, despite the fact that Córdoba is a fertile ground and we have a large number of universities, 12 in our province, and a good part of them in our city, but we don't have automobile engineering, and therefore the automobile cluster thinks about the seminars that are required so that we can obtain that resource that we don't have. Or, for example, the BIM technology cluster, well, we don't have specific training neither in the faculties of architecture or faculties of engineering. It's a costly education that is required, a costly training. Well, the state perhaps will not be able to provide the training, but may encourage universities to provide that. The University of Córdoba said, well, the construction permit is provided automatically. They don't take months or weeks for somebody to analyze a project. The diagrams are developed in BIM, and that is uploaded into a software. If the diagram is not good, the software will immediately tell you. If it's okay, you're immediately granted the permit. You pay the dues, and you go to a third page where you will find a QR, and you can place that QR on the door of your work site. And that means that automatically means that the private sector is seeking people that can work with BIM, and that will inevitably lead to universities training on that application. Thank you, Guillermo. I would like to highlight something. What you said is very important, but I would like to focus on something very important that you mentioned, because we don't want to lose sight of those issues, because that is relevant for our discussion today. National policies, territorial policies, or productive development policies in general are not something independent. So those policies are closely linked to other aspects such as education, training, health, public works, and so on and so forth. That is an issue that I think is very important. We will continue this round with Oliver to talk to us about the coordination of the council. How this Economic Development Council of Chihuahua works. I would like to be somewhat provocative and perhaps politically incorrect to make this dialogue much more fruitful. Part of the data that you shared with us at the beginning of this forum involved a growth of 0.8% on average over the past 10 years. And we spoke about the lost decade and about a second lost decade. And the good piece of news is that by looking at this data, it seems that we have failed during 30 years. And we'll be talking about territorial productive development policies, CAF, and so on, IDB, that has been developed by different countries. And when we look at these figures at an aggregate level, at a nation and regional level, they say to us that we have failed. And so the problem is, how can we bring that down that information to see what has indeed worked and what has not worked. Perhaps at an aggregate level, we could have a look at the data and we could say, well, we have been failing. But when we look at the regional, territorial, or perhaps at municipal data, we could find good news. Chihuahua, for example, is a region that has been growing over the past 8 years at a rate of 6.5, 7.5%, whilst the nation grows at 1 or 1.5 or 2, 2.5% maximum. What happens with other regions like Chihuahua, Monterrey, Guadalajara, that are spear points in municipal terms, in terms of productive development? Well, there is a territorial agenda which is collaborative, a collaborative ecosystem where it involves a local government, universities, organized civil society, entrepreneurs in a shared agenda. And that is why I highly celebrate the fact that there are many regions here that can provide us with important examples of how that growth in territories and how those agendas in territories are far more easier to work with, and that in turn will add to aggregate data at the level of a province or of a country. That 0.8 at a regional level involves that there are regions that are growing more, others are not growing very much, and therefore that gives us an average of 0.8. So if we think exclusively about averages, that is a problem. For example, my colleague here has seven children, I have one. So on average, we have four children, and yet I only have one son. And therefore, there is a big difference. We have to understand that regions are different, even in one same country and in one same province, and even in one same local authority. And therefore, the importance of collaborative agencies, of collaborative agendas, where a successful productive development policy is nothing more than the addition of different agendas or development policies, such as science, technology, and innovation, or the development of micro and SMEs, or the attraction of investments, or productive development of the educational agenda, so that our young people, and we discussed a while ago, the issue of the major challenge of young people to join the labor market, that would be impossible in the next few years.
Los jóvenes
Why? Because the youth today, they do not work regularly as we used to work, 8 hours in a plant. No one. I have a girl and she's telling me I won't work more than 5 hours a day. We see that. What are the main challenges in this productive articulation where we have a role to play at national level with macroeconomy, but in the territories we need to work in productive development, local policies. And sometimes we want to put a straight jacket from nation to the territory, and you have these deficits and flaws of the market. And you need to understand that public policy, what it tries to do is to intervene in those market failures in order to go in and correct. And here we are working with the Penelope syndrome. In the day, we weave and knit, and in the night, we need to help. I mean, that's an important. Where can we uh, make sure the continuity in the smallest unit, which is a municipality, a district, a town hall, city hall, and so as to have this broader scheme and add larger or better improvements. So one of the important topics we've seen in Latin America in TCI is that these collaborative ecosystems, not only in the territory, but at Latin American level, are part of these dialogues. What Guillermo was talking about, when what they did was add capacities and talents that the Guillermo's network built in the municipality to attract TCI, CEPAL, and CAF. How do we manage to reduce those gaps in the territories and understand what we want to do now? Probably it has been implemented elsewhere. In the last 17 years that I participate in this TCI, we've seen visits to Central America, Brazil, Chile, Panama, Uruguay, Colombia, Chile, Mexico, great examples of things that work fine, but then all of a sudden change, and we don't see the data of Belo Horizonte, of Córdoba, Monterrey, Chihuahua, or maybe in Santiago or Temuco. How how do we manage to understand that productive development starts from grassroots, and what we need to do is add collaborative spaces from the smallest units possible? Thank you. Thank you, Oliver. Don't leave. I'll continue the second phase with you and build on what you have told us about exponential growth, not only on productivity, but population wise. What you have said takes me to the next round. We all know that there are subjects that could be discussed at greater depth, but there is one. How can we achieve for that municipal regional unit to develop articulation elements, coordination elements, and particularly clusters? Are productive clusters specific value chains with an anchor company? How do we manage for that ideal cluster to really effectively articulate with productive development policies, national and territorial? What should that cluster have in order for true articulation and coordination? In the case of Adriana, is what would you like those regions or clusters to have so as to have better effective work in the productive national development? Well, first and foremost, in first family or administrative unit, the issue is governance. What you need to have in the territories is governance. And a productive development territorial policy needs to accept that there may be different mechanisms, different governances to achieve the end, the objective. So there are uh, productive development policies that are aggregate or irreducible, we call them, for the development of micro enterprise, for trainings, for capacity building. And then we have these strategies or productive development initiatives for better sophistication and diversification in the territory. Understand that each one calls for a mechanism, financing, and different governance. The cluster initiatives, at least what we've seen in Latin America, is that they are strategies to achieve better sophistication on something we are doing and want to do better or want to penetrate in different markets. In the subject of business development, science, technology, innovation, those policies are enablers to achieve that objective of cluster governance. And those governances are achieved through seduction. I've always said, and Guillermo was talking about this, if the head of the public policy is not convinced that that is a good vehicle for development, it's going to be very difficult to achieve that. And therefore, the upswings, downswings, or inconsistencies of programs that appear and disappear with the change of administration. And one of the key roles to achieve that seduction is business, productive, academic sector that needs to generate in those new administrative changes strategies. How uh, can we have him believe that what he is going to do will be his? And therefore, all the applauses and all the clicks need to be moved on, transferred for them, because each person wants something. The politician wants something, the academician wants something, the businessman wants something. So what we need to do is what is that they want and how to reconcile the whole system. And therefore, someone needs to turn into that orchestra director so as to seduce all mechanisms and achieve full continuity in articulation. Who are those players? And usually territories have name and surname, are the ones that will go unlink and get Penelope not to undo what she has at night, what she has done during the day. And so we need to identify those public, private, academic leaderships and understand who will or are the apostles of those strategies that the city needs and that need to persist in time. Thank you, Oliver. What I like most is the new economic category that you've raised, and that is seduction, or strategy. Well, apart from the joke, I think it is a true basis for cooperation, articulation, coordination agenda. Please, once again, as lunch is very soon, it's getting cold. So please, to the same question, what are the characteristics of the ideal cluster? In 2 minutes each, please. Juan Luis. Now, I understand that the political leadership and non-contradiction when designing or promoting public policies is highly relevant for the definition of which should the characteristics be in each one of the regions. I call regions an administrative unit that we are soon to launch tomorrow in Neuquén province, where municipalities or city halls will organize themselves in the region so as to start growing in sync and not grow sometimes with contradictory or competitive actions. That's something that happens very often. So, to your question, what I would say is that also these participation mechanisms where you have the regulators, the intendants, the civil society players, stakeholders, academia. So the idea is for actions to be carried out at province level to have the role and space to define strategies from that place. It's not from a public office nor from the city hall. It's from the grassroots, strengthen those governances and find common links. We have a southern region that is completely dedicated to tourism. We will not have it uh, focused in only production. We have an area that is agricultural and cattle raising. We will not make them conduct clusters with tourism. No, no, no. So I guess these intersectoral working tables, even from the government, at least to have the regulation, not to uh, be the one chairing it, but to provide the space, the leadership for decisions to be implemented. We are on that track. Tomorrow we'll have it come true. So I take a good input and to convey much of what we've discussed here. I, municipalities need to coexist, need to associate, generate shared strategies and not competing. That is one of the elements to consider from my point of view. Guillermo, very fast. For us, something that worked was to leave the cluster initiatives in the hands of the private sectors. We set up, for example, industrial providers of oil for mining. If Cordoba doesn't have oil nor gas, but does have industry, that cluster is going to be 10 years old this year. And we left the Ministry of Production. New officials came, new ministers who didn't like clusters. So, as the governance was in the private sector, they called the group. The minister changed Once again, there are clusters. We are relaunching clusters 10 years after because Argentina is not going through the best economic juncture, but there's a lot of heterogeneity in sectors. There are more dynamic sectors, as Juan Luis was saying. But the key was precisely that governance of the in the hands of the private sector. In all cluster initiatives, even provincial, not only local ones, we raised a challenge, a vision. We organized the meetings. We brought and convened all the players, but it is the private sector what challenge they adopt and which one not. And if investments have to be made, it's public money, but it has to be applied with private criterion. Government invested where the private sector said they were needing something in order to leverage capacities. Thank you, Guillermo. Richard? Some elements to provide sustainability to the clusters. First, a true planning with a productive agenda that in the framework of this planning be an articulated one with a national participatory where private sector needs to be present. That's one thing. Number two, the empowerment of the private sector through expressions like association or the union, especially when there are small basic producers, trade unions or association. Political stability, of course, it's important nationally and locally. The attention or the respect or the support to the national vis-a-vis the territorial. This vision that development has a lot to do with the work from local to the national. And something that is key, it's competitiveness through innovation, adaptation of the cluster. If there is no competitiveness, it will disappear out of its own logic. And here, all actors have something to do. Also, national investment with territorial equity. I also mentioned that in the case of Ecuador. And if all these factors come together, I think they will help significantly in the sustainability of clusters and players. Thank you very much, Richard. And to close this beautifully, the words of Adriana. Thank you very much. I would like to underscore the sustainability of clusters as a public policy. Three levels of action. One local level is essential. And in order to strengthen that local level, it is important to promote and stimulate, incentivize different forms of cooperation, association among the companies of small growers, small producers of the productive system, and work with those stimuli, those implementations. Another level of action is federal level. We have central government or national government, we have states or provinces, and then municipalities or districts. What's important is to sign agreements with uh, priorities. We sometimes waste a lot of time with a dissociation of priorities, and there can be an organization or productive sectors to be supported or territories to be prioritized. So there has to be an alignment of priorities at federal level. That is essential around some agreements or pacts in the medium run. And at federal level, at national scale, I think it's important not to lose sight of the integration between the large national plans and the local scale, how the local scale benefits from the major national investments, or how you can restrict distortions or concentrating efforts that very often they are natural trends. What they do is really go the other way, that is integration with the local level. In Brazil, we are working, for example, in promoting major plans of clean energies, uh, wind and solar parks in the northeast of Brazil, and how that monitoring and tracking they can stimulate specialized services that can mobilize the regional labor, and how components of the solar panels they don't need to be imported, they can be nationally developed based on an industrial plan or policy. Another uh, example are the rounds of integration of how at national level, at border levels, how you have sister cities, for example, that are sometimes they need infrastructure production, how they can be logistics centralities that will be benefited by these logistic integration plans. These are examples that can be sought, always seeking complementarity, integration between large national strategies and plans without uh, overlooking the local scale, how the territory can benefit from major investments. Thank you very much. I think this has been a rich discussion. I want to close only mentioning a few categories for you to organize them as you wish, because this subject of clusters and regional productive policy is complex. Integral view, comprehensive view beyond the productive, governance as to specifics, and with subscription of pacts of agreements, planning and financing. That is a key subject in the agendas for everyone to be aligned with the agenda. The importance of the productive sector and its coordination and articulation, stability in the business environment, which includes the political, nationally, and territorial.
A general framework of what we know is the body of the policy. That is how to manage what is possible in balance with what is desirable. And so I would merely say a big round of applause for this magnificent panel. Thank you very much. And now, yes, it's lunch. Yes, lunch. We thank Juan Carlos Lorza for moderating the panel. The lunch will be served in the northern esplanade that is on the first floor, and you go in that direction to the north, and you will see that lunch is served there. And so at 12:30, return 2:30 for the next segment of this conference. scaling up and improving productive development policies in Latin America and the Caribbean. In the morning, we saw the connection between public and private activities and financing and the role played by development, multinational and national development banking. Of course, you can share your opinions in social media, and we follow our account and at on Instagram and X. And so we're beginning session 4 on the closing human talent gaps for productive development. And we're waiting Elena Montobillo, Director of Cinta for ILO, and who will moderate the next session. And the panelist, Pablo Dash, General Director of the National Institute for Employment and Professional Training, INEFOP, Uruguay, and also Gabriela Couto, a former honorary president of CR Biomed Costa Rica, and Janet Escudero, Executive Director of Talento Digital Chile. Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I don't know. We have now reached this 4th session full of energy. Not everyone still has the energy, but I'm sure it will arrive. And in this context, I believe that we've been given a very interesting framework. Executive Secretary of ECLAC, as well as the Director of CAF, inviting us to think of responses and wages in challenging, scaling up, and improving productive development policies in Latin America and the Caribbean in a context with clarifying nuances, but in a rather gray tone. And so we're hoping that this last session with our colleagues who have already spoken, who have already been introduced, will have a more constructive approach in this search for solutions. The gap between human talent and productive development is a serious matter and has already concerned the region for decades now. It is not new, not only on account of the speeding up, the dynamism, and low levels of productivity right now, but also this is something that we've been dragging along and so far unresolved. But in this spirit of focusing on different alternatives and proposals that are ongoing and surely will have to be deepened. And so the organizations responsible for public policies and human talent training decades ago decided to form a network for exchanging knowledge, good practices, and gap reductions. And this is the network that ILO Sintefor is responsible for coordinating, and we believe that has many of the answers. INAFOP is one of the institutions that is right from the start being involved. And now, when we see the dynamic of the questions, we will have an opportunity to hear Pablo in his constructive mission and with a very realistic approach. And so I will welcome our first speaker, Pablo Darsh. We're going to organize our interventions in relation to 3 questions. The first, how to identify in countries the realities, because we have participants coming from the private sector, the public-private sector, the solely public sector, with different approaches that are all part of institutions and various connections. And so therefore, we're going to contribute a fairly supplementary view and how Pablo is identifying these human talent gaps from the productive development view, and what programs or signals can you contribute to our discussions? Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Elena, and I thank CAF and ECLAC for the invitation. It is an honor to be part and a very good opportunity to learn a lot and once again meet old friends. Human talent gaps are realities with certain traits that I would like to put to you. The first is that they are dynamic. They involve a series of factors, and precisely that is why snapshots of these gaps tend to come out slightly moved if you take them sufficiently quickly. With this, I'm saying that the dynamics that we are seeing now we should always bear in mind that this changes day to day. Nevertheless, and well, the other trait I wanted to mention is that they are also a systemic phenomenon because the gaps, in fact, change in relation to the social and economic reality in which we are observing the phenomenon. At the Institute, we use different sources to feed into our scheduling of training proposals, which is informal education. And so the first reference I would like to make is to the gaps in formal education in each one of our countries, because this is a very important factor to see the gaps that also, from our viewpoint, we can possibly resolve as an institute. In that sense, Uruguay holds a poor position in the formal education cycles, and the big achievement in recent years has been to bring that figure to 50%. That is, 50% of the young people, structurally speaking, for many years now. That is, 50 or 60% of these people drop out of the secondary cycle before finishing it. In Uruguay, that figure is very high, extremely high, even if you see it within the context of the rest of Latin America. And this is a first gap, a very significant one that we have. And so at the Institute, we see this as a cumulative process. It is not something that we can resolve from one day to another. Even if we were magically, as of 2024, get 100% of these young people to finish their studies, because people who today are 30 or 40 years of age have still not finished their, what we could today call basic education, and in the labor market, 80% considers it basic. There are two, the Institute addresses this in two ways. One, which is to complete the education cycle, and the other has to do with support for these young people coming from more, from weaker socioeconomic contexts, are able to move ahead in these cycles. Another or two areas that, given the regulatory framework that we use to identify the gaps, committees, tripartite committees for professional training in each department in the country. And precisely the rationale is to detect, in the view of the various actors in the territory, which are the requirements for training. This is more immediate, if you like, but obviously it is part of what is committed by the Institute in terms of technical support to give a strategic approach to this so as not to end up in something of very short term. Now, at sector level, there are also sectoral committees where the gaps are discussed, the talent gaps in each sector. And once again, the Institute, what it does in those spheres is to provide the most strategic information for this to be taken into account when determining the gap. And then I would say that there are another two matters. On the one hand, that set of competencies that are required unavoidably for the world of labor today, basically cross-cutting skills, language, and digital skills, or as something I read this week, bionic capacities, they were called in an article. Those three have been an important focus for our work because we consider that they are the three pillars on which everything else is built. And among these cross-cutting skills, the ability to learn is the most important underlying skill that is needed. Because if there's something that is for sure, and that is to maintain valid, we will have to continue learning throughout life. And supposedly our formal education should give us that, but as I said at the start, there are people that for different reasons has not done that. Well, I would leave it at that. That's my first intervention. Well, thank you very much, Pablo. And what I did not remind everyone is that for each round of questions, we would have approximately 5 minutes for each intervention. And so we will be keeping to the time assigned to us. So, Gabriela, what is your view coming from the cluster CR Biomed regarding these gaps? Well, first of all, I would like to thank ECLAC for the invitation, and especially Adrian Rodriguez and Jose Manuel Salazar, with whom we have worked together on clusters some years back with the IDB. And well, speaking of bionics, I would like to bring you to another dimension. The dimension is this. As an international consultant, I have worked for projects of the European Commission, IDB, ECLAC, UNDP, and each one of these in Costa Rica with a different actor or beneficiary, either government or academia or an association, a private association. But always my consultancies have ended up being monotonous because I say that to develop the ecosystem of one sector of technology, you need integration among the multiple aspects to make it attractive for enterprises and attract foreign investment. You need to show that this is truly dynamic because that is how you compete in the rest of the world. And so all beneficiaries said, but well, I don't have to do that. Great. And 10 years back, I said, that's enough. If it is no one's job, I will do it. And I'm going to bring all of you together so that we do it together. That was 10 years ago. And it was pro bono for 7 years. Five mean areas means entrepreneurs, industry, financial sector, academia, and the government. These today, fortunately, already work on their own and together. Without that approach that I try to convey right from the start, the idea was to form that cohesive core and continue on their own. That is not always possible. Let me say that the first 3 years basically were a matter of few merging interests and values, and thereon have a solid ground on which to continue working. And then I was able to move on to a second stage of what I have seen throughout my 30 years of profession in Latin America. The intersection between science and business is not given by the universities, and the entrepreneur feels alone. And that is why in the cluster, I was allowed to move aside and create a business academy, which is basically a platform, free of charge tools for the scientists, the staff member, the entrepreneur, understand the same language regarding valuing life sciences. If you have a biotechnology lab and you need strategy on how to manage your intellectual uh, power, you need to also learn how to compare the degree of innovation of your project and ensure the rationale and gain an additional half point, and so convey these two agencies that are able to finance and to show that you are truly doing an innovation. All of these intersections are not available at universities, and it is what specifically for life sciences we have brought together in bio managers or biogerentes in Spanish. This is a Latin American reality. We've just started in Costa Rica and we're now expanding to others because they're all Spanish speakers. That's another thing. Business is in English. Masters in this, they're available in the developed countries, but there's none of this in Spanish and far less with a practical approach. Very little in writing, a lot of visibility, and many cases and exercises accompanied by the asynchronic side with workshops, exercises with the teams that are performed. So, from the viewpoint of clusters, this is how we identified an absolute need for everyone to integrate or everyone technological developments that lead to innovation. And also, hands up. So you have what is done by the public sector, which is very interesting. At the INA, the National Learning Institute, that does work at a more operator level, or multinational enterprises that come to do maquila in Costa Rica, they have a fluid interaction via the Investment Attraction Agency with INA in order to schedule the training for these industries that are setting up. Just to give you a general overview. Thank you, Gabriela, for this first intervention, and now recognize Janet Escudero to add her view. Yes, thank you. And once again, I thank you for the invitation, Marcos in particular. I would like to tell you of the digital talent experience in response to this question. Already in Chile in 2017, it was estimated that 2 million Chileans or Chilean jobs were low productivity jobs, highly repetitive, and a high percentage in retail and services, easily replaceable by software and hardware. And the economic transformation that we saw in the pandemic just speeded it up. So imagine in this process that we are embarked and we're reskilling and upskilling became a priority to achieve a labor force that is in tune with the demands of employers that had to adapt their business model and also survive the technological eruption that has not yet ended. We're still very much involved, and we will be so for a long time to come. Well, surviving this, to have people with a mix of skills that are new and that they did not have before, and these employers needed.
Ahí la obligación de desarrollar
And as from there, we developed a wide-ranging experience. That is the genesis of digital talent. And as mentioned by our Minister of Finance last year, during the presentation during Chile Day in 2023 held in London, the digital economy is a central vector for us in order to recover a sustainable and robust growth and also to achieve quality employment. In countries such as Finland, Denmark, or Singapore, they have defined digitalization as an axis for development, and thus public and private investment, both of them, have enabled an increase of their productivity and their growth. They highlighted this increase of productivity, and that is precisely why digital talent was created in 2019, after identifying the gaps that existed within our human capital. That required a digital transformation, both in terms of employments that were being deteriorated, but also in terms of new employments. As I said just now, in Talento Digital, in digital talent, we have an optimistic view of these processes. We believe that it is an opportunity that technology provides us with, but we must be prepared for that as a society. And we're talking of a major task. And for that purpose, what was necessary was to establish a radical cooperation between the public and the private sector. That today is translated into a governance that I would say is at the very core of this successful initiative in order to bridge these gaps in terms of human talent for the development of people's skills. And that points towards productivity and also points towards the creation or direct foreign direct investment. And for that reason, Talento Digital is an articulation, a public-private partnership. We have a governance that involves the participation of ministries, Corfo, Sense, the private sector via SOFOFA, the most important trades, the Confederation of Trade and Production. We have INDEC Chile, the National Training Service, and so on. As you can see, we have a governance that is complex, but at the same time necessary. Complex in terms of the coordination, but we will share a single purpose, and for that reason, we have been one of the most successful initiatives as a public policy in our country. I would like to say that one of the fundamental pillars is this collaboration that enables us to incorporate and to become a bridge between the need for talent and the training, the supply of training, and the ability to be included in the labor market. Thank you, Janet. We will now offer the floor in the opposite order. The next issue has a lot to do with what you had already said related to governance. I don't know whether you would like to supplement that. They're talking not only about governance, as you have said, but perhaps mentioning a good practice that you would like to highlight. Well, this can be evidenced in our 5-year existence. It has been an effective way of developing labor insertion in our country, but via a successful and very fruitful alliance. When I mention the robustness of this public-private partnership, that implies that all stakeholders adhere to the same objective. And we have just received the Aboni Award for innovation in education in Chile, because this is an innovation. We challenge the convictions that everyone had. We invited all these public and private entities to become much more flexible and to adapt despite the limitations. We're talking of the state, and therefore this is an important issue. And to find creative solutions to this, which implied the transformation of reality. That leads us to develop different things. And through that, we have been able to have an initiative in our entity with more than 2,500 scholarships, which is very significant, and that provides a different solution to what we have been doing before, a very creative solution. And I would like to say that Talento Digital, via radical collaboration, has been able to achieve that. That is an important factor within this alliance, because it enabled us not to get to know the demand, as I mentioned just now, but also to validate training programs of industry. And that has to do with the relevance of these training programs, and also to create an ecosystem. As I said just now, in 2019 in Chile, there were two GURCAS, which is the methodology used by Taller de Talento Digital, and we had to create an ecosystem. So the idea was to base all this so that we could achieve an objective together, thus also achieving an employment strategy where you have an industry that believes in the project and that believes in the talents that you're creating. And so this is so virtuous at the end of the day that an additional employment strategy is created, because we have an industry that today participates in a network of involving more than 300 companies that not only participate in terms of the study about demand, but throughout the process in the validation of educational training programs, and companies always provide talks and so on. And finally, labor intermediation, and therefore this has enabled an employment strategy. Talento Digital, I always say, is not only a training initiative, but an initiative dealing with employment and productivity. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to offer the floor to Gabriela, so that maybe you could discuss governance and good practices in greater depth in accordance with your experience. Well, let us imagine that what we want to prevent is the exodus of professionals and trained citizens. We want to promote this so that there may be more ventures, biotechnological ventures, and that this can be done at home so that it can be internationalized. All that involves hard work in terms of coordination, in terms of convincing, in the sense that if we do this in an integrated fashion, we will be much more successful from the very beginning. We approach Procomer, which is the agency to promote exports in our country and also to attract foreign investment. It is a state entity, and they have been very successful in their task. They're number one in the world, I think, and they have been so in the past 3, 4, or 5 years consecutively. They were not understanding our language in the sense that we do not invoice. We do not contribute. Whilst a company is in the R&D stage, it obviously is not going to be able to invoice, and what is generated in terms of value is knowledge, and that is what was going to be exported in inverted commas. So this way, this type of dialogue was necessary in several state organizations. We had to learn to exert political influence so that they could deal with the biotechnology sector as a kind of micro SME, and so that it could gain access to non-reimbursable funds as other companies can, despite the fact that they could not invoice. Now, that type of relationship was built with different organizations, and that led to this ecosystem of dialogue of wanting to contribute in order to develop this sector in Costa Rica. So what was important was to realize that the creation of the cluster is led by the private sector, but comprised of public sector entities by academia, because they are at the basis of this sector: knowledge, uh, financing, and the private sector. Um, this enabled a co-creation to promote public policies for this sector. Because otherwise it was difficult to view this as from different segments, from the public or from the public sphere independently. So there was significant non-financial contribution, a contribution of willingness, I would say, that expands possibilities, and that provides this with continuity, even if there are changes in administration, because it is governments that wish to develop aggregate value in the sectors for the country. And Costa Rica is indeed changing from being a nation that attracts investment for maquila to have a spillage effect in the economy when it comes to aggregate value. Another interesting information that I feel is important to share with you, and which is a different dimension. Nobody receives a salary in the cluster. Well, maybe the secretary is paid a salary, but the rest of us are there because we have worked on cohesion based on the personal, individual, institutional interests of each one of the interested parties. And therefore, what we do is to coordinate this under a directive board. Well, this is the way in which we're going to advance. And thus, academia developed the SPORA program to support ventures as from universities. Biogerentes was also created in order to train and provide management and business skills. And here we also find the projects for the production linkages, because there are different people that get organized in commissions and wish to promote this. Thank you very much. And now we offer the floor. We go back to a public institution such as INEFOP. Thank you, Pablo. You have referred to the issue of tripartite committees, of the tripartite commissions for professional training, and undoubtedly, many of the scenarios that appear in terms of coordination and dynamism include a common element, which is that tripartite idea, uh, which is shared by Interfor and by the ILO. And the idea is to have that tripartite aspect with a dynamic development in order to face up to the challenges. Well, undoubtedly, the challenge of aligning this tripartite idea, and in general terms, the co-governance of an institution with efficiency in execution is a complex challenge, because one thing is a co-government and a different thing is co-management. And this is much more complex, the latter. And I would say that a good practice would be to avoid that. the strategic discussion, the discussion of how we're going to actually implement that involves with wide participation. Well, execution must be guided by technical criteria, and there must be a monitoring process in terms of how this is managed. But it's, I think, very adequate for there to be a professional execution and a much more conventional um, uh, execution, if you like. I would also like to refer to a different issue that I believe is very close to this aspect, and I link up here with what was discussed during the previous panel, and that refers to how we are able to coordinate sectorial initiatives linked to the development of talent. And one thing that all of us who have been working on this are clear is that in general terms, we talk about these issues on the basis that there'll be a wide-ranging interest on the part of entrepreneurs. And one of the things that we are evidencing, that we are detecting, is that the investment in talent, especially at the level of small companies, is a decision that is not obvious at all. To express it in diplomatic terms. So I think that it's important to place this at the very center of our discussions. How is it that we can be able to uh, help place the issue of talent development as an issue that should at least be taken into consideration by investment decision makers in an institution, and that. But this is always assumed. We offer subsidies and then they will train, but that does not necessarily happen in that way. We found a very interesting way of dealing with this, and we are conducting an experiment in this sense that we call talent entrepreneurial networks. And this approach is inspired in the Irish agency SkillNet Ireland, that IDB Uruguay contacted us with them. And based on observing the way in which they worked, we are uh, inviting, and this is work in progress, I cannot yet talk about results, but I would like to tell you that in conceptual terms, the idea is to make entrepreneurial associations take on the initiative of facilitating the design of a strategy for the training of talent. And that is what we must, yeah, we must make them leaders in this effort. And based on that, generate talent development programs, training programs looking towards the future in the sector that the organizations that request this are able to manage. Now, as I say, this is an experiment that we have in Uruguay based on the Irish methodology, and they have had very good results with it. In fact, last week they were defined as the best strategy in talent development in a whole series of countries, and not only European countries. And therefore, that confirmed to us that this might be a good idea, and we have good experiences. We are concluding this application program for these talent entrepreneurial networks, which obviously implies decentralizing the governance of this whole process in an entrepreneurial association that generates a board and a strategic board in order to lead these types of programs. Thank you, Paulo. I would now again like to offer Pablo the floor because we had been asked for a brief reflection on dual training, a training which has been successful in several countries in Europe that have a whole series of conditions in order to develop this. And Latin America and the Caribbean seems to always be on the frontier of what is desirable. There are many countries that establish an alliance. So in terms of this, but I would like to know, as from your viewpoint, the real feasibility of that and what answers it could provide us with. And because what we have to see perhaps is solutions that go beyond. Provocative question. Let's see. That the text itself mentions that the relevance of training in countries such as Germany, Austria, and Switzerland leads us to say that, well, probably when we are similar to those three countries, this will work far better.
No funcionan.
The problem is not that it doesn't work in our countries, but the scale to which it reaches, and that is linked to the amount of mm, of available learning positions for or scholarships. That's very small because you need a certain size of a company or enterprise to offer this training or learning. It's a statistics. I mean, we at the institute train 50,000 persons per year. A small country, we have 3 million inhabitants. We can never aspire to. I mean, it would be so wonderful to have 10% or 5% of those people to be trained in dual modality. Today, it's unthinkable. We are happy because we are reaching out to 200 people, but it involves a one-to-one work with each one of the enterprises. We have 130 companies or enterprises, and that involves 2 or 3 places or positions per company. They're not that big. In most of cases, they are middle size. So that amount is not very high. And it's wonderful as a way to approach the subject of transition between from education to jobs or work. It's challenging. And what we try to do is to try to incorporate some of the ruling ideas of dual training in other areas. We were talking with a Chilean colleague in connection with bootcamps and the approach to dual training. All that can contribute for the experience of the trainee be as similar as possible to what is reality of the labor world, and all that can support for the persons that are being trained, especially when they are young in their first job experience, may be evaluated at that point because of their potential employer goes in the dual direction, and that's excellent. Uruguay has a program that is in its 12th anniversary, but this time it was only for the state before, and this time it's for private companies. It says study and work. It is internships for those young boys or girls that will not stop studying, but they will be working, and the pay is, or I mean, remuneration is by the state. It used to be open only for public companies. Today, there have been other companies, and that's precisely, it's a program that the World Bank evaluated, and the conclusion is that there is a significant difference in labor insertion and education continuity between those that take the program and others that don't. So it's key to scale this up, and it has been done from public and now in the private sector. And this combination of having people with their first labor experiences and be observed or examined by the potential employers. It's an approach, an interesting approach, and easier to scale up to what is dual education of German origin, to say something. Thank you, Gabriela. Now, do you want to add something on that? My view is based on supply and demand of the market. The least demand there is from universities with long careers, new adaptations will be developed for what is being asked. In the context I'm referring to of high technology, we are speaking about traditional versus non-traditional careers or professions. The idea now is combining disciplines. So it's not doing one career in one and then another one, but rather adapt technical courses to shorter courses. There will be developments from biology and cybernetics, from nanotechnology with aeronautics, with microbiomes, with robotics. It's going to be different from what we here are used to planning and thinking about. And the example was given by Oliver today. If his daughter says, why won't I don't want to work 8 hours, I want to work only 4. The demand of the youth today is different from the supply we are offering. If we are planning in those terms, evidently they will be close to that. Why wait for that? And rather start anticipating and doing a dynamic things. My last intern or assistant is a biotechnologist that is graduating now. And in his last year, he was taking cybersecurity. I mean, what is that? Why is that related? We don't know it today, but they do know. And the world is heading that way. So, obviously, there are traditional medical medicine careers that will be segmented as necessary. But there are other careers. Maybe medicine at some day will can be divided with the contribution of AI. There's a whole context that will be replacing certain specializations of medicine or in trainings that are so tedious and sometimes so long. Because all of us that went to the university, I completed 3 careers, and what do I take from each? The experience I had out of the university, outside the university. So I invested 6, 8 years in classrooms receiving only and not producing. So that we don't have any more time for that. Now, it's something that the demand will uh, change that. Yes. As my colleague from Uruguay was saying, in fact, there are several similarities with what we do in bootcamp training in digital talents. A key for the success of dual training is public-private partnerships. Given the experience of digital talents, promote collaboration among industries, public sector, and education institutions. That can be the key for the success of dual training, but also because we've also experienced that in digital talent, to be more mindful of the success or the benefits of dual training as well as of the bootcamp it's also important to disseminate and communicate the benefits. Today, we are a society that we have 8 or 5 years career at the university where dual training, which is closer to the practicalities. I mean, it's difficult for us to understand all the benefits. As to incentives, also, I think it is an issue. We are working today with Census, the National Training Center, for a subsidy to the apprenticeships of technology that are different from those apprenticeships in retail. We have convinced the National Training Service that we need to find different spaces for technology. It's not anymore thinking or replicating exactly the same thing. We are moving, we are advancing in that, and probably in dual training, we should have incentives in a different way from what we have today. I would also say that in Latin America, we have a very traditional theoretical teaching or education. It's not very practical, and it's not very close to what you really live in the world of work. The world is fast changing all the time. Thank you very much, Janet, Gabriel, and Pablo. Subjects like experience for massive retraining, a dynamism platform of tools, tripartite committees, labor reconversion, creative solutions, transforming realities, innovative ecosystems. All of that is, is that light that we need to close the gaps for which we have been invited by CAF and ECLAC. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for this highlights and illuminations. And we leave with that in our minds, looking for solutions. Thank you. Thank you very much, Elena Montobio, for chairing this panel, and of course to each one of the members. Now we'll have a 20-minute recess, and we will continue with the last session of our CAF-ECLAC conference after the break.
Development Division of ECLAC. You have the floor, moderator. Good afternoon to all those that are present in this room, and likewise to all that are connected online. We have had a very good online participation and via the social media that reveals the interest in our region for these productive development policy issues, the challenges and the need to escalate and improve these efforts. We have an interesting task ahead of us with my friend and colleague Jorge Arbache, Vice President for the private sector of CAF, in terms of beginning to exchange some initial ideas around an agenda to improve the work that CAF and ECLAC have been doing in terms of productive development policies. I believe that at this stage of the discussion, it is clear that what each stakeholder, such as CAF or ECLAC, or many other stakeholders of the multilateral world can do, and even involving countries and territories, that will simply not be enough if it is done at an individual nature, at an individual level, faced with the task that uh, faced with the task of productive development. Today, Gonzalo Rivas of the IDB mentioned this in a pessimistic way, mentioning the um, uh, problems in terms of what countries and territories are doing with regards to productive development, given the major challenges, coordination challenges, and also given the institutional capabilities. And thus, again, it will be fundamental to determine how we may collaborate so that we can work on efforts that seek to minimize redundancies and maximize synergies in terms of what CAF and ECLAC can do together around these aspects. And we have some slides in order to begin these discussions. I'll offer the floor shortly to Jorge so that he can comment and supplement some of the elements that we have prepared for today. But in order to push ahead, we wanted to highlight, maybe you can help us with the slides, we wanted to highlight this possibility of working more on this joint CAF-ECLAC agenda with regards to productive development policies by highlighting the coincidence of visions and the supplementary nature of the capabilities that both CAF and ECLAC have, so that we can begin to work on a joint agenda for productive development. And in that sense, I would like to mention that to a large extent, we share the diagnosis that we face. And in that sense, the need to enhance growth in Latin America and the Caribbean. This has been repeated on several occasions. Our region faces a structural problem with slow growth, primarily resulting from a productivity that has become stagnated and has even diminished over the past decades. And so, in that sense, in addition to that, basic diagnosis, that basic initial diagnosis, with the CAFA, we also share the same purposes, which is at the end of the day to achieve a development model that is more productive, more inclusive, and more sustainable. As from ECLAC, we always insist on the issue that we are working for a more productive, more inclusive, and a more sustainable future. And we insist that it will be difficult for our region to deal with those other challenges related to development, such as the reduction of poverty, the reduction of inequality, and the reduction of informality, the creation of decent employment, and even dealing with issues or challenges related to climate change. If we do not uh, establish as a priority the challenge of implicit in a decreasing and stagnated productivity. Based on those common purposes that we share, CAF, shared by CAF and ECLAC, we also have shared visions in terms of what we understand when it comes to productive development policies. And we share that these policies imply dealing with this challenge with a comprehensive and converging vision of different areas of action. Indeed, as from ECLAC, we have insisted that we understand those productive development policies as a whole series of interventions, instruments, and we speak in general terms of efforts, both horizontal and vertical efforts. In other words, specific efforts focusing on certain sectors and some strategic promoters defined by countries and by territories, so that we may achieve the sophistication, diversification, and create that virtuous structural change that will lead us to an improvement of productivity. And those efforts, both horizontal and vertical, Jorge, at the end of the day, are materialized in various dimensions so that we will have to coordinate within the framework of this policy. We say that we have to work on efforts involving science, technology, and innovation, so that when we talk of CPI, leading with science, technology, and improvement, how we change that into more productivity gains, how we're able to bring together technological extensions so that our companies, especially um, medium and small sized enterprises, can benefit from that. And so we need to escalate those efforts. We must also work on efforts related to digital transformation for productive development. And as we saw in the previous panel, we also have to work to have agendas to bridge human talent gaps associated to the productive priorities defined by countries and territories. Within the framework of this policy, we have to also work on financing efforts throughout the life cycle of companies. We must work on foreign direct investment efforts to see how we maximize the transfer of knowledge and technology based on those anchor companies that we're able to attract. We will have to work on regulatory aspects in terms of quality aspects related to quality infrastructure and methodologies that at the end of the day can lead to failures in coordination in order to improve the productivity of sectors within these policies. We must also work on internationalization efforts, working on specific agendas, enabling these efforts to become or to be expressed in international markets. And so, with that comprehensive vision, as for ECLAC, we have also insisted that it is fundamental to see how we are able to combine those various ingredients in those different fronts, so to speak. And in that sense, what is more important than individual ingredients is the way in which we're able to combine these efforts. And that is why we insist upon the key role of understanding these policies as collaborative processes between the public, private sector, civil society, academia, and different state levels. Today, we spoke about the need to bring together the efforts that are made as from the national level that are important efforts under that top-down approach, but also how we're able to bring together those national level policies to efforts that are bottom up and that take into consideration the specificities of territories and of the productive matrix at a sub-national level. In addition, and I believe that we also share this with Jorge, is the need to work on strategic agendas on sectors that are promoters, that are strategic in this sense. The Executive Secretary already mentioned that this morning. But as from ECLAC, we have been insisting on a portfolio of sectors that act as promoters, and not for that to become an exhaustive list or a list that every country must bet on in all territories, but rather a list that is a reference and that should be useful for our countries and our territories as a reference when it comes to prioritizing within the framework of these productive development policies, and also sectors where we find a great potential in terms of productivity gains within our region. In addition, within this shared vision of productive development policies, we understand these policies as permanent learning processes. The Executive Secretary of ECLAC already mentioned this approach of experimentalist type of governance, understanding these productive development efforts as repeatable efforts, both of collective identification and of collective implementation of solutions for those bottlenecks in terms of productivity. Now, with that shared vision, Jorge, it is also worthwhile highlighting the supplementary uh, nature of capacities and experiences that exist here, uh, involving CAF and ECLAC, highlighting the technical capabilities that both entities have, the ability to foster dialogues involving the different stakeholders of the public sector, private sector, academia, civil society, and also the ability to inject financial resources so that we can work on projects that trigger these results within this frame agenda of this productive development agenda. Now, having said that, and in a very summarized fashion, we mentioned three lines associated to the major purpose of a CAF-ECLAC joint agenda when it comes to productive development, so that we may be able to escalate and improve these productive development policies. In that sense, the slide doesn't seem to be moving, but our purpose is that the work between CAF and ECLAC must be guided to a large extent in bringing to the fore the task undertaken by governments in the region when it comes to productive development policies. And when we speak about governments, we're not only referring to national governments, but also to subnational governments, and the understanding that bringing these policies to the territories is absolutely fundamental. And secondly, the possibility, Jorge, of creating dialogues, exchanges, and agenda coordination when it comes to productive development. I believe that what has happened today is a first exercise of many that we must hold from now on uh, at a political level and also at a technical level, and also even between entrepreneurs when it comes to productive development. Thirdly, and in something which is very important, and that is the ability to contribute to capacity building and the strengthening of capacities of national and subnational governments in the design, formulation, and also in the implementation of these development policies. Now, in aligned with those three aspects, we have dared, as from ECLAC, and this is something that we have discussed with Jorge and with CAF, some potential actions that we might be able to develop over the next weeks, months, and years in this new agenda of collaboration between our entities when it comes to productive development. And in that sense, and aligned with what has been mentioned, we feel that there is a possibility to organize new discussion events at different levels about the status of productive development policies in the region, and also in order to contrast the practices and experiences where what becomes evident is a heterogeneity in the practice and in the realities being implemented by our countries in their territories when it comes to productive development.
Secondly, our executive secretary referred to it this morning, but some months ago in December, we launched a platform of cluster initiatives and others of productive territorial collaboration in order to make visible those initiatives that today are existing throughout the whole of our region, but not only make them evident, but also how do we strengthen those initiatives and they become spearheads of the productive development policies in different countries. We see major space for work for CAF and ECLAC, and also the projects, actions, and contents that we could work within the framework of that platform. Thirdly, and once again, our secretary mentioned that we believe that there would be a possibility to contribute to the expansion and consolidation of that very incipient subnational government network that has just begun. We've had some meetings now, and in those meetings, we were able to verify something that was only hypothetical, but now confirmed, and that is the enormous appetite from the territories, local players, in order to take in their own hands their productive development guides. Therefore, the subnational territories have expressed interest to strengthen this network, not only to work in exchanging good and bad practices on these subjects, but also to work in projects that will help us and even promote regional integration in all these topics. Fourthly, already Jorge was saying that there is a possibility to conduct joint technical assistance when the conditions and terms are appropriate to national, subnational governments on productive development. We are already envisioning and facing a sort of excessive demand for the capacities we have, insofar as technical assistance for countries and territories in order to accompany them in the design and implementation of these efforts. Thus, we see major possibilities of synergy to jointly undertake these technical assistance. In addition to the above, to work and accompany or monitor from ECLAC, where CAF would have a greater protagonism, but to accompany in this process of identification, structuring, financing, and startup of projects associated to productive development agendas of countries and territories. We insist here in ECLAC, we are not interested for this to stay on paper in words and narratives. We want to see a lot of action materialized in countries and territories on productive development. And a way to see that in the productive development is that this will finish in projects that will support the strategic agendas of productive development in our countries and territories. And then finally, something that was also addressed today, the possibility of working an agenda to identify and closing human talent gaps for productive development. But these gaps of human talent is one of the main obstacles to achieve that productive transformation that our region needs. So we need to learn from best practices of our region, collaborative work between public, private, training areas in identifying gaps and closing those gaps of human talent. Jorge referred to this already, but we are working in a project with ILO, Singapore, and CAF and CEPAL. But we need to consider this agenda as a potential area for collaboration. I would stop there because I would like your comments and thoughts, once again emphasizing that, as we discussed on some occasions, it is much more what brings us together than what separates us in our views of productive development and the need of escalating and improving this policy. Now, Jorge, please go ahead. Thank you, Marco. I think that the central key topic that we have raised in this conference, the central topic of this conference, it's difficult to think about something more critical than trying to explain the low growth of the region. I will speak about this. A step back of what Marco was saying and presenting. We are on the same page. The shared items are highly promising, and we see a CAF-CEPAL important agenda for coming years. And hopefully, this agenda will be landed down with the collaboration of many that have taken part in this conference. About the specific subject of productivity, I will recover a subject that was mentioned by Jose Manuel this morning. He was saying that the growth rate of Latin America is low. Fine. But he also said that this low average goes along with a very high volatility. And this changes everything. And why? Because there are empirical exercises that show that where growth rate is low, but volatility is high, this has a lot of economic and social implications. And one of the variables that can be measured, and we did that, is that this compromises the productivity rate. Because when there is volatility, when there is low growth and volatility, there is a destruction of financial fixed assets, and there are implications for the efficiency of capital stock and many other implications. So once the economy is recovered after a drop, a fall, it takes a lot of time and resources in order to get back to the previous stage until we move on to a new phase of decline. That's how we are going in Latin America. And this explains why do we have such low growth and low productivity. That said, what to do? Well, the best to do is not look backwards, but rather look forward. And when we bear in mind that we live in a world that is much more complex, that, as Jose Manuel was also saying this morning, developed countries are undertaking gigantic projects of subsidies, protectionism, discrimination, and even much worse is the non-tariff obstacles management in order to neutralize the competitiveness of that region and others in development. And therefore, the challenge is so much more complex, not only to grow, but also to advance and move forward with productivity. And therefore, productive development agenda would be in a context and assigns an even more important status to this agenda. Today, we cannot count as before with global economy as a primary source for economic growth, for all that we are seeing. So it's necessary. It has a good and a bad side, of course, but it's necessary to have an internal regional growth process which, with a different color of what we had before. And there is the need of strengthening policies, as Marco was saying. And looking forward, the evident questions are then where to head to, where to go, how. We need to compete. We need to compete with gigantic uh, incentives that affect uh, the directly and indirectly the investments in this region. So we need to look for alternatives. One alternative is to focus on demand. Where's the future demand? One road, almost for certain. There are others, but is to see what is going to happen with the climate change agenda. What type of demand will emerge from this? When we take this into account, and bridging this with what the executive president of CAF was saying this morning when he highlighted the clean energy subject and the green agenda, if we consider the strengths of this region, either in the sense of having a clean energy matrix or the cleanest one in the world, and with an amount of investments in clean energies that continues to grow, as it is the case of this country, Chile, but there are others as well. If we take into account that the region has a tremendous strength for bioeconomy, for carbon market, uh, and it is the most important of all for production and creation of future value, which is water. This region has 25% of the fresh water stock in the world. There are figures around 30%. If you take into account that this region has the most important biomes in the world, if we take into account that we have many of the most important reserves of critical minerals, as it is the case of this country as well, and when we take into account that this is a region that has major collaboration for the world production of food, then it's not little, it's not uh, small what this region can share with the world, even with an enormous potential to participate in global value chains. There is a lot to be done. Perhaps something that is missing is a bit of vision. All of this means saying that there is almost guaranteed big potential demand for everything I've said. So, how to turn all of this into business, taking into account the different strengths of each one of their countries? I think that is one road. A different road, we are speaking about comparative and competitive advantages, reducing the capital cost. And that is the risk perception. These are two key topics for this agenda of productive development. Another fundamental topic on how to promote and drive productive development is the combination of interests and public and private, national and international capital. That is also a way to mitigate risks and reduce costs and create microeconomic incentives with shared interest agendas. Another important topic, I think, and with this somewhat closing this part, Marco, is to see how, in what way can we, CEPAL, CAF, the other development banks, multilateral ones, national and subnational development banks, what can we do in a much more complex context like this? And through this, that all of this is highly virtuous. And as I was saying this morning, we take into account that the availability of resources of multilateral banks is much less than what people think. I was saying that less than $30 billion is delivered per year. Uh, that is very little, but much can be done with this 30 billion directly or indirectly, mobilizing courses and providing additionality to operations, considering the subject of impact and all of this, with the view that it is possible to work with that seed concept vision and that vision of the future, and also bearing in mind the combination of interests where the private sector enters as an important part, even in the governance of these processes. It's very difficult to think that we will succeed with a productive development process if the private sector is merely a passenger. Needs to drive as well. Otherwise, we won't get too far. And that is even truer in countries where in the region they are going through enormous fiscal crisis. And that said, what we have is a great, yeah, I think the region is much better placed, positioned in order to develop or to really implement a productive development policy. Because if we think about the strengths of the region, many other strengths, and therefore the context is favorable, much better than 30, 50 years back. But the issue here is how are we going to forecast all of this? How are we going to handle and manage all of this to obtain the benefits and share the benefits instead of looking for magic solutions? Solutions are there, you're well known. Now, how to wrap all this up in an open decision with an open view, non excluding, and that all of this will be worth the while if we achieve the poverty reduction, the inequality, so as to obtain solutions, then insecurity, solutions for insecurity, reduction of democracy, and all of these benefits and strengths of the region to really succeed. Thank you very much, Jorge. Before opening the space for the public, for the audience, I would like to highlight another coincidence in our approach to this productive development subject. We can say that both CAF and ECLAC, we share an optimistic view of this challenge, of this agenda that we have ahead of us. In fact, there is a new context with this return of productive development policies at world level. And totally we agree in that the region at this point is much better off to leverage and take advantage. And there, the role of CAF and CEPAL will be key in order precisely to guide all those efforts in a much better way. Having said that, we would like to open for a conversation with the public here present in the light of the elements that have been submitted. we would like to respond, answer questions or comments on the elements we have touched on. How can we strengthen those first elements that we have put on the table, CAF and CEPAL, in order to work with these productive development elements? The floor is yours, and only if you raise your hands, you can raise your questions or comments. Marco from INE, yes. Marco Dini, I work in the productive business development with Marco Ginas in that division. Only to break the ice, the considerations you've made
me see things somewhat differently. The question that comes to mind is, what is the added value that we at ECLAC and CAF could contribute to subjects that are so relevant, and capable, technically strong? We've seen it in today's panels. There are governments in Latin America that have the possibility of uh, access to greatly prepared technicians, and they know their area of expertise in all countries. And so the feeling, the idea I have is that our most important added value lies in creating, developing, or consolidating a vision of reproductive development policy at a Latin American level. A Latin American view of the productive development policies. And I say this because my feeling so far is, if there is a weak point in the actors, even those most technically prepared with whom we constantly interact, and I say this based on practical experience, often they are precisely looking at their own reality. And so what we need is a vision of the whole, a Latin American custom of working together, of exchanging experiences. And I think that this has to do with the space that we are creating here. We're doing it, in fact. The only thing is that now I see it more clearly. I think it is interesting to take a look from this point of view, what Marco was saying now. What does it mean to create a constant space for a high-level meeting at Latin American level among the policy makers with regard to productive development, and which implies consolidating and adding strength to this meeting of subnational governments that we have started to create? What does it mean to have a cluster platform? It means creating instances, instruments, platforms, occasions to generate a Latin America dimension for people to look to their side, for people to learn that they're not working alone. And a lot of the issues and the difficulties that may come up again have been resolved by a neighbor, or at least the neighbor is facing it same as you would do at home. And so this space I think is very important. Now, tremendous challenge. And we too also have an issue with the bandwidth. It's not just the Latin American governments. As Michael was saying, technical assistance, the demand for technical assistance exceeds us. And so this means that we need to focus, and as Jorge has just said, let's focus on the agenda, the environmental agenda, the environmental transformation. I think that this is a challenge that in itself would be sufficient in order to guide our future efforts. And second, work together. So that is what is occurring here. I think that that is an essential step. We are working together, yes, but at some point it is declaratory. But now we need to put it into practice. We need to learn how to work together. And I believe that one, for example, the issue of technical assistance, we could have pilots. Let's try it. Let's do it in 1, 2, 3, 4 regions of Latin America. And two, I think it is essential to do research. Well, here I am surrounded by several colleagues, and we are researching all the time, writing down everything we can, but it is not sufficient. We need to research more. We need to understand more. We need to build databases. We need to look at things in greater depth together with consolidating the tools that we're building. Now, if we take a look from the Latin American viewpoint, we take a look at here and listening to people here, it sort of sheds light on the way ahead. Thank you, Marco. Maybe we could hear other reactions. Oliver Torres, Antiso. Thank you. I think that what has just started here is this dialogue is very important and it strengthens this community territorial community of connection and articulation, as they call it in Spanish. And it makes clear the need to continue discussing this at national level, the sort of efforts for productive development. And I'm sure, I know that this is an effort in itself, but we will have to see how to strengthen this, institutionalize this, or as was done at the OAS at some point. The group on subnational competitiveness, which was the GTEx in the US, and that unfortunately, as time passed, it dwindled and extinguished. And depending on who was leading the OAS with Juan Carlos Montoya, it stopped existing. We need to find mechanisms to strengthen this area initiative of the Commission to review territorial productive policies. And I would invite ECLAC to make an effort for this community to continue to strengthen it at a subnational government level. And as Guillermo said, at the sub-national level and municipalities, I think there's a lot there that could be of great use in front of the table. And the other thing is to continue to discuss this with a more cross-cutting and inclusive approach, not do it by silos. At the moment, we speak of the development policy or the productive one or the educational one, and each one, but everyone, at the end of the day, if synchronized, become a productive development agenda or territorial competitiveness agenda. So I would not see all this isolated. I cannot see a productive development policy without a higher education productive development. And I think that they need to be linked together to make all this more competitive and productive. And this will help us to take a different look at the growth rates. And where some years we see one approach, one view, and the next year we see another, and we're never able to address systematically. And so that's another challenge. And according to Marco, I think we will have to review some regional, subnational pilots to see what is happening with that joint collaboration. I would join this and put Chihuahua as a sort of guinea pig to do something similar. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Oliver. And now I recognize Guillermo Acosta, Secretary for Economy of the province of Córdoba. Go ahead. Yes, good afternoon, and thank you, Marcos. And continuing with what Oliver was saying of having a pilot, I think that we should put your name down on the list. So Córdoba, please. And also, there's a lot of work for the development banks because when you put these regional development policies through clusters, productive development, the same executive panels in Peru, depending on the theme that you're addressing, and you choose the tools or the instruments, well, a lot of the solutions have to do with integrating, as we were saying, the private sector, but also there is a demand for the public sector, and it has to do with public goods. that must be contributed for the solutions to appear. And so I don't know how it is in other countries, but in the case of Argentina, access to multilaterals depends on the permit that the national government gives. And so today, there is no direct funding of the multilaterals for Argentine provinces, far less for the cities. And so this is something that we bring here to discuss this with the development banks. Thank you. Thank you, Guillermo. Saul Pineda, go ahead. Thank you, Marco, and thank you, Jorge Marque, Pineda from the University of Old Engineering, Antioquia. And very briefly, I wanted to highlight, based on the provocative reflection this morning by Juan Carlos Elosa, quoting Joan Manuel Serrat, and that truth is never sad, above all, when there is a remedy. And I see three lines for optimism that, from the academic viewpoint, we must take a look at when we do research into skepticism. The first, on hearing the Vice Minister for Business Development of Colombia, Celaya Gallo, I thought that it was very important these exercises, as done today, highlighted something that was evident in your presentation. When a country, despite the pauses, stop and goes, in productive development policy in the long term, despite that, they're able to, from one government with an emphasis going on to another government with a new emphasis that we all know well, despite that, they give continuity to policies that are unarguable, that cannot be disputed because they have an impact. And so we're talking about a long-term productive development policy that beyond the doctrinary changes in the approach persists over time. And that must be made visible so as to not fall into that skepticism. But when we also have an opportunity to take a look at experience, such as those that were assessed here, and I won't mention them because each one at a territorial level, we learned a lot, especially from the viewpoint of multi-level governance that at the territorial level acquires even a greater meaning from the viewpoint of the productive development strategies. And so today I believe that this must be made visible, and especially it is necessary to put them in perspective of the CAF-ECLAC agenda that has been coming since the past, but will be made visible here. How can we ensure that the regional agencies and local and national governments can learn based on the specificities of other regions, but with learnings that could be very valid? And I conclude with this reflection. I thought it was very interesting, the conclusion that you make, in addition to the strategic themes put forward by Jorge Albache that I found very highly suggestive, the conclusions by Marco with regard to the perspective of moving ahead. And here I would like to highlight a phrase at the end of his presentation by the ECLAC Secretary General, José Manuel Salazar, and that I thought was a very good closure, a very good beginning, but also a very good closing of the meeting, because he is inviting us to, based on the good ideas produced by ECLAC and CAF, we may also get to the financing of specific projects for productive development in countries and territories. And I think that there, to go from the initiatives to the finishes, we have a very propitious space, and undoubtedly from the academic viewpoint, we would also like to contribute. Thank you, Saul. I think that someone was asking for the floor over there. Please go ahead. Good afternoon. My name is Soledad Cáceres, and I represent the Pan American Network of the Wich Compact, an international peace treaty signed by 21 countries of the Americas in 1935, that is, prior to the creation of this union of countries, and that promoted the union of countries with regard to cultural peace, and that also stemmed from commercial exchange. I wanted to say that this session began speaking of returning hope to people, the stability of democracy. We started saying this, freedom, and the gentleman here ended by speaking of the stability of democracy. And also, someone from Ecuador spoke of insecurity and that hindered productive development. That is clear. We have seen many catastrophes in countries, social outbursts, and that hinder this development. And in that sense, I wanted to make a more philosophical contribution because I think that in business and productive development should also be present this evolutionary approach, and that and the gentleman also mentioned doing different things, making changes. We're at a time where everything has changed. The types of jobs are different. The young people no longer want to work 8 hours a day. We have artificial intelligence. And so maybe a change could once again be taking a look at the protection of culture, education, of the education of people. And maybe what we need is to invest in promoting peace, which is the treaty that I represent, because we are a Pan American network of American countries, and that promote this treaty, signed in 1935. It is 89 years old and is still in force. It is a treaty of peace and culture. And in that sense, I believe that to have development, countries must be at peace. People must live in peace. We must have the security that we're living in a country, in states that will protect us. And this treaty offers the tools, tangible tools for that development. It has the tools for the construction of peace, and this was signed 89 years ago in the White House in Washington, attended by 21 countries of Latin America. In 2009, Parlacen sent out a circular to resume the principles and agreements signed in the Rarich Compact. And so that is what I would like to say, and hopefully these principles were picked up on, and that we should invest in the protection of democracy. And as he said, we have a tools. We don't need to reinvent gunpowder. And in Ecuador, they said that we must respect the values of international law. And this treaty that is in force, international law of Latin American countries, is a treaty that has legally constituted organizations in the entire world, all continents, but signed only by 21 Latin American countries. And so the contribution would be hopefully there were investment resources given to make the treaty known, and that has a symbol of protection for the countries of America. And you have the Red Cross of Culture that would help greatly in situations of danger. The treaty determines that this symbol protects all institutions, all artistic, scientific, and spiritual institutions. If we have a symbol and if we have ordinances regarding protection of all artistic, cultural, and educational institutions, schools, and universities, we would be sure that we're living in states at peace, because that is what the treaty promotes, the protection of these places together with the protection of the people who work in all of these scientific places, educational places, cultural, artistic. and promote, of course, peace. This promotes the development of the equilibrium of societies, the harmony of societies. And so, in that sense, well, that is the contribution. Hopefully, contributing in these policies that are valid, they are enforced, and that speak of the protection of all these institutions that would give people security. And in that way, of course, we would have a far more productive development, same as in our home. If the if everyone is fighting at the home, it's not easy for the mother and the dad to produce at ease. The same as in a company. If in a company you do not have good labor relations, if people are fighting, gossiping, the company will not develop productively. And same thing happens with states. If we're able to care for a harmony in the countries, we will have a better productive development. Thank you. Thank you, Soledad. I don't know if there is any other intervention. Dr. Fernando Vargas, go ahead.
Una
Yes, this is a happy opportunity, and I thank CAF and ECLAC and Sinterfor for allowing us to participate here. I take away 3 or 4 main ideas from today's discussion that helps us to work in that spirit of convergence that was mentioned, and that refers to several similarities that exist in the world of education and the training of skills that are closely linked to productive development. And we had already seen this in a previous stage with Jose Manuel and the ILO. But the first one has to do with participation, the participation of the private sector, participation in sectorial committees, in territorial working groups. Training in the region is organized in different fashions, and that enables us to come closer to problems. So the second aspect that we're dealing with today is that when we go out and ask the productive sector who they require to work in their companies, we're asking not so much for positions and occupations, but as mentioned this morning in the intervention of the digital initiative, we are asking much more about skills that are interconnected and that don't often respond to these rigid frameworks of what is your trade and so on, but rather how can you contribute with a skill to this work? And that involves digital, environmental, and soft skills. Thirdly, this issue of the PBA-IA, the iterative solution to problems, thinking that problems are not as long-lasting as beforehand. We plan things for 10 or 20 years, and yet sectors change today in a much speedier fashion. As I mentioned to the representative from Panama, we're working with a training program together with CAF in Panama, and we're going directly to the provinces to analyze with the productive sector what are the demands for skills that they have, because that is where the dialogue takes place, and I believe that that is a finding and an adequate convergence for the future. And finally, I think that what is being put forward at the end of the day in terms of the fact that productive development policies are primarily close cousins, so to speak, with the development of skills. We cannot think of skills if we don't think about productive development. And thus, I walk away very happy from this event. And once again, my gratitude. Thank you, Fernando. Anyone else? Questions, comments? Yes, go ahead, please. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for enabling me to participate in this event. My name is Orlando de la Vega. I come from the Catholic University of Valparaiso. And even if I'm classified as pessimistic, I would like to convey a vision that was shared by the lady from the Peace Institution. But I would like to add a couple of things related to what she said. And this is not so much, this is not really pessimistic, but rather realistic. In my opinion, there's a couple of variables that are missing in this equation. One refers to the reality of corruption that we face as a society. And when I talk about a society, I don't only want to mention this in a Latin American context, but in a world context. And secondly, a scourge that we have throughout the world, which is drug trafficking. And therefore, if we do not incorporate into this analysis these two elements, the truth of the matter is that I tend to think that it's not really too realistic to make decisions that we may put in operation. When we talk about these two elements, corruption and drug trafficking, evidently what those two situations do is to add cost elements to the production process. And in consequence, what ends up by happening is that, and please excuse me for expressing this in this way, the provision of the same good or service is much more expensive because we have to invest. And please notice the term that I am using. We have to invest because, in my opinion, it's an expense. We have to invest in how to protect our societies and our companies from these two scourges that I have just mentioned. And the paradox is that we face a reality of globalized corruption. And as mentioned in this panel discussion, and in some way, the closure of borders to exchanges. In other words, we increasingly erect additional barriers to exchange, and yet corruption becomes globalized. And I tend to think that we have to move as societies in exactly the opposite direction. I insist. I am not saying this to be pessimistic, but rather to add these two elements in a realistic perspective. Thank you very much, and congratulations for this initiative. Thank you very much, Orlando. Somebody else is asking for the floor there at the front. Hello, everyone. My name is Rodrigo Saez. I represent the Institute of High Synergy of London that reports to the UN in order to promote the 2030 agenda. I am a filmmaker, and that is why I am in that entity, because I was appointed ambassador. Now, analyzing what the professor said, in the sense that the old school of engineering was as a school of thought, or the fact that the professor also mentions the issue of corruption, I see that the solution, as mentioned by Soledad, for peace, peace, culture, and education are a solution. But everything cannot be achieved overnight. We must promote education, and we must promote good morale and adequate ethics in this sense, because we have the present generation that has neither ethics nor morality, and that's why we have such high degrees of corruption and of drug trafficking, as mentioned by the professor. So we're not talking of an overnight solution, but if we are able to make people, to make the new generations, our children, our grandchildren, have a high moral and ethical standard, and also an adequate standard of life, we will be able to resolve this. And the same thing will happen as happened in Chile, Argentina, Ecuador, or Peru, in the sense that we're all aboard one ship and we all move from left to right. But in the midst, I'm quoting a film that we're making, we make a lot of progress at a certain moment in time, but we then fall back. So what is important is that as a society, we make progress. It doesn't matter if we don't find an X or Y or Z president that doesn't recognize clusters, or that doesn't want funds to come from an external entity, or that doesn't want people, that do not want people to develop, or that coffee goes up to 15 pesos. The idea is that this can be mitigated, and through education in 10 years' time, we won't have the possibility to find these new Hitlers or people like that. That is wanted to share with you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rodrigo. Well, unfortunately, we have run out of time. And simply in order to round up, I'd like to offer the floor to my colleague and friend, Jorge Arbach. Please go ahead, Jorge. Thank you very much for many very interesting interventions. I would like to say 2 or 3 final remarks. What was presented by Marco, well, he highlighted 3 issues that I believe are important. First of all, the importance of this policy that we are suggesting for the continuity of policies. Secondly, for the confidence of policymakers who are considering developing productive development policies and the coordination. The second point has to do with well, if we're talking about productive development policies, well, the importance of government is still critical, especially in terms of infrastructure, public services, and risk-related issues. And the third and last point is financing. If there is something that we need in today's world is liquidity and a lot of financing available for investment. The issue is to have the adequate conditions for the money to be forthcoming, and that involves the issue of risks in its different dimensions that have already been mentioned here. So what is critical for, if we think about productive development policies, is that everything related to risks as from the perceptions of investors. And this involves many aspects. So we must also look at the glass which is half full, in the sense that in relative terms, not in absolute terms, but in relative terms, Latin America is less risky because developed countries today uh, experience more risks for different reasons. So the critical point here is to look at the agenda of risks because this has many implications for the perceptions for decision making and for the relative course of capital, which is critical here. And we must have a very business oriented approach. That is critical. And finally, I would like to thank everyone for so many questions, for so many interventions during this panel. Thank you, Jorge. In order to round up, and this was already mentioned by President Petro last week within the framework of the fourth meeting of the Conference of Science, Innovations and ITCs. And Rubén Blades also mentions this in one of his famous songs. And he says, the future of Latin America and the Caribbean is not, does not involve imitating the path of others, but rather of finding its own way ahead, especially when it comes to productive development. We don't really have the possibility of imitating what the great powers are doing in terms of subsidies and fiscal loans that are very generous, because we simply lack that fiscal space. So we will have to deal with that task of finding our own way ahead in terms of productive development policies. And that is why, as from ECLAC, we are putting forward a new vision of these productive development policies that represent the characteristics of our region. I think that we have taken a whole series of steps in that direction. Today was an important milestone in that direction. And from now on, you can count on ECLAC and on CAF, because we will continue to find that path towards productivity for our region, seeking at the end of the day, as we always say, greater levels of prosperity and well-being for all our people. So thank you very much once again to all of you for your participation, for your interventions. And we now move on to the closure of this important event. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a ustedes.
Thank you very much, everyone, Jorge Bache and Marcos Linas, for sharing their visions with us, and to all of you that have intervened regarding collaboration among different stakeholders in order to escalate, and what is very important, to improve productive development policies. In order to conclude the second CAF-ECLAC conference, we'll begin with our closing session, and we would like to welcome Jorge Sinelli from Strategic Planning at CAF, and we will greet him with a warm hand. Good afternoon, everyone. During this closing ceremony, together with Jose Manuel, it's a great pleasure to reach the end. And I would especially like to thank all of you that have stayed to participate in this last discussion moderated by Jorge and Marco that was indeed very interesting. The questions, the reflections. I would also like to thank all those that participated in this marvelous event. The ECLAC teams, the CAF teams. I saw Patricio's CAF, who has been organizing this from the very beginning, and who have made it possible for two organizations such as CAF and ECLAC that have been working for many years together, renewing this space for strategic dialogue for transformation. And why? Because, as we said in one of the meetings that we held today with the General Secretary, with the Executive Secretary, the Speaker corrects himself, we have a vision about Latin America and the Caribbean that is a shared vision, and we have many complementary aspects, supplementary aspects in terms of knowledge and from the viewpoint, from a financial viewpoint. We have teams of knowledge that have been working and continue to work closely with ECLAC teams in order to think about the region looking ahead, to think about Latin America and the Caribbean. And in that sense, we are aware that Latin America and the Caribbean has two phases, so to speak, two characteristics. On the one hand, natural resources, biological solutions, nature-based solutions, everything that we often like to repeat with Jorge Diaz-Granado in the sense that Latin America and the Caribbean is a region of solutions for the problems of the world. 50% of the world's biodiversity, many of our countries, 6 or 7, represent have 70% of mammals, reptiles, the birds and so on, everything that has to do with the use of renewable energy, the matrix for renewable energy that we have in all countries. But at the same time, we coexist with tremendous gaps, gigantic gaps involving poverty, socioeconomic differences. Now we have fallen behind with many aspects, as was mentioned here, in terms of human talent, in terms of infrastructure. We need to use more than 3% of the PDIs in our region to resolve the basic issues in our countries, water and sewage, for example. And we have highlighted this in one of our economics and development reports, that it will be 20 years today, and our knowledge teams have been working have been researching different issues. The one that we drafted in 2021 when we dealt with regional trade and integration. Well, many of these issues that we have discussed here today came up: the low productive level of our region, low participation in global chains, many of the institutional weaknesses that we have when it comes to trade, informality, investment savings, and so on. But as Jorge said just now at the end, we like to look at the half full glass rather than the half empty glass. And we believe that far from being problems, they are also opportunities that we as officials of international entities not only have the shared responsibility of working on this and of finding solutions, but we also have the privilege of being able to sit here throughout the day thinking and rethinking about issues that are fundamental for the development of the region, and finding or trying to seek solutions through dialogues, through these exchanges, and so on. An urgent need to resolve many of the issues that have come up, and therefore the roadmaps are extremely important that we have been working on with all the ECLAC teams, with all the projects that we're planning. And as mentioned by Jorge Diaz-Granados in his introduction, for us to be able to do that here in Chile, a year after the first CAF-ECLAC seminar, and the return of Chile to our institution is indeed a privilege. A while ago, we were listening to each one of the interventions, and I was saying to myself, it's a great privilege that we all have sitting in this Raúl Previch room that bears the name of such an important man who did so much, and therefore we're on the shoulders of those men and women that in one way or another have established a way forward, and therefore we have that responsibility. We have to do that work. In one of the questions, it was also mentioned that in one way or the other, we have to bring all this down to earth. What is it that we do so that what we do actually reaches its objective, that is not lost along the way? And as Development Bank, every year we have direct contact with governments, with public policy makers. Last year, we have approved more than $16 billion in investment projects for Latin America and the Caribbean, with a portfolio that represents more than $34 billion. And that implied more than 10% growth for us. And that growth is not enough. We need to do more, and thus the importance of agreements, dialogues that we may hold with ECLAC, so that we are able to replicate what we mentioned today in a dialogue. We need to take this dialogue to the countries with which we have to strengthen state programs, value chains, specific projects. Yesterday we held a meeting as a result of a very beautiful project that we have in El Salvador related to telemedicine, and that reminded me that we have to take to the territory these things that when we're in a seminar, perhaps we often think about in philosophical terms, but the idea is to bring all that down to earth after the seminar. So now that we're reaching the end of this conference, we spoke about productivity. A lot came up about regional agendas that we're promoting, training, education, and so on. And I think Marco said, and this was very interesting when he closed one of the interventions, in the sense that we have to move into action. That is a challenge that we face today.
Obviamente año a año, pero el trabajo we continue with these conferences, but the work in between conferences to have visible results that will continue strengthening this partnership between CAF and CEPAL in order to give this quantum leap and thus achieve the objectives that we are setting forth in the work in each country. At the beginning, Jose Manuel and Sergio clearly referred to the challenge we have ahead. It's immense. It's one of being more productive, of growing more, of not being satisfied with that 0.8% growth rate that we saw in the initial slides. And to work for that growth to be inclusive, just, and will contain the needs of the regions in Latin America and the Caribbean and add value to the political development cycles. We have an enormous opportunity. I'm convinced about that we can take it to practice, working together and with the CAF and CEPAL teams and all that can join the group in this region, that we want greater equality, opportunities, and sustainability. And closing what the colleague from the University of Chile was saying about pessimism, I like a sentence of Pope Francisco when they asked him if you had to be pessimistic or optimistic, what was better? And Pope Francisco said, optimistic, no. Everybody thought he would say, yes, optimistic. And he says, not optimistic, because optimistic is of the optimum and we can be lost in highly ideological or dream things. But pessimistic, neither, because it comes from the very bad. What we need to have is hope. We as international agency members, what we need to have in order is that hope to change the engine and achieve these changes, all of us together. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vice President Sinelli, for these remarks. And now I recognize Jose Manuel Salazar Chirinax, Executive Secretary of CAF-ECLAC. Sepal. Good afternoon, and first and foremost, I congratulate you for this day. It truly, in this last dialogue or two panels, I think conversations and interventions show the commitment, the vision, and hope. I come out of this meeting more optimistic than what I was at the beginning of the day. Now, this, as we said at the opening session, this is a fundamental topic. It is one of the 3 or 4 key traps of Latin America today, not only of low growth, but low capacity to grow. We understand that growth in itself is not everything. You need to measure it correctly. But growth, after all, you need to have because it's the way of creating employment, having a more inclusive growth, a development pattern with greater opportunities, and because the dream and aspiration is to move to the category of being developed or more developed countries, and that calls for growth. And a growth under the new paradigm of green growth, sustainability, planet friendly, circular economy, and all the rest. But then it's even more important to have this concept, new concept of what a growth process is and the characteristics it needs to have. As one last motivation or reflection, I would like to recall that, as I said it this morning, there has been a crisis cascade speaking about impacts, and many of the governments and societies are in the mode of crisis management. Yes, you need to be there. But today it's a conversation to think in the long term how to get out of this trap. And it's not an overnight, nor 1 year to the next, nor 5 years to the next, nor a decade to the next. We need continuity, state policies, and not only state, because it's not only public policies, the private sector, the academia, all the key players need to be in this same mode of thinking about their future. And if you consult, there is a document of the Asian Development Bank of 2011 with a great vision. It was one of those key documents for a summit of heads of state of all of Asia. I don't recall the title of the report, but a major one of the Asian Development Bank of 2011, that it was a call on heads of states, ministers, and authorities of all countries to continue thinking about the future. It was from 2011 to 2050, 39 years of vision. And then there was a whole diagnosis, a big exercise. But as to the methodology and possible scenarios, there were 3. And what did they have to do in Asia so as to move to the best scenario, not to fall in the middle scenario, and avoid to fall in the worst scenario? Go read it. Yes. Do you know what was the worst scenario? That of scaring the Asian governors. If they didn't do things like they had to, they would be like Latin America. And they would be like Latin America. And they describe Latin America as a region that does not move forward, does not grow, trapped in ideological debates, paralyzed by institutional incapacity, disability. And one, after reading that, one would say, how sad. We do have those characteristics. This is an anecdote, but it's not a joke. That is why this conversation is absolutely essential. Well, there were very many comments, but I would like to rescue something our colleague who said Marco Dean. Yes, are you here? Yes, that great part of what is required and the added value of ours, and this is the game for CEPAL and for CAF, and of course, we need to help other institutions, is to really set in this conversation more than what it is. If you see this, I think that as an economist, and the discipline of economy has been somewhat to be blamed for this not to be truly set in or installed, because not having the best economy uh, or one vision which is statist or the other one is more private and really paralyzed as the left hand paralyzed the right and right left. So, and we have two hands only. So, even so, that is a simplification. And that, at least insofar as development literature, international experience, in those terms, it's a debate of the past. It needs to be overcome. It is already of the, in a group like this, it's no longer present. Now, what we speak of is a 3 or 5 helix conversation, private public partnerships, collaboration in different sectors, of course, an important leadership role of the state. But you cannot do it without the leadership of the private sector. And you cannot but do it without research and technology centers, the role of labs, of academia, educational institutions, institutions of professional training, dual uh, training. Well, that is the road. It doesn't matter if you read the book of a Korean, Singaporean, China, whatever. What is it? Collaboration between among sectors with more or less state incentive. But in the end, it is that collaboration what moves forward and leads to progress. And in addition to all the details and cluster initiatives of all our territories, the one of the great value added is to install this at regional level, to move towards greater Latin American and Caribbean consensus in that we need to have a strategy for productive transformations of our countries. And we shouldn't be shy. We need to learn from many experiences, lessons to be learned. We need to give continuity. It is an effort that if we don't do it together, it won't be successful. And it has a pillar on financing, yes, one of human resources, another pillar of cluster initiatives, a vision top down for territories, a very important role for the state, an important role for development banks and international agencies. And if we are not convinced in this world that that is so, now that the United States is trying to do a catching up with China, at least in certain sectors. China is as well doing it with the US in some sectors, but it's part of these US policies is feel that they can lose the race in microconductors or electrical transition or electromobility buses or electric cars. Well, to install and have that space and have ever more people convinced. And this also has a landing down in an agenda and institution. And for example, to speak about governance, we have experimentalist governance, which is key. But if you say, well, education policies are in charge of whom? Ministry of Education. You can say the ministry is a disaster, it doesn't work, but there is a competent authority, an institution. Fiscal policies are headed by whom? Managed by whom? Ministry of Finance. Maybe there is a fiscal problem, but there is one that is responsible. Health policies. Yes, there is a Ministry of Public Health and a system of hospitals, public hospitals, plus other things. And so you can point out a couple of things, but when we speak about productive development policies, what do we find? An archipelago of institutions truly all of this fragmented, scattered, divided. Now, the conclusion of this diagnosis is not that we need to have this super production ministry. That would be pointless because the productive sector is very, very broad, and each product, agricultural product, is the whole world, the world of banana, of coffee, of cacao. Uh, so many things. And what about industries and services? But I paint this picture in order to suggest that there is a lot of thinking to be done, strengthening of institutions in order to have development policies. Not only what to do, what's the combination, coordination, but how to achieve that coordination, articulation, multi-tier, multi-level, if it is federal, central government, territory, sub-region, and cluster initiatives as a way of attracting all for the cluster, for that group of value chains. And when I say it's public, private, local institutions, but in a relevant way, all of these are new forms of thinking. And to the extent that we talk and understand that, one will be able to have more optimism or hope about the future that can be built together. So, many things have been said. I think the subject of dialogue of this or normalizing the making it normal, powerful, strong conversation. And with that, we can raise funds and identify investment opportunities because clusters is one of the way of generating investment portfolios in a very effective, efficient manner. In ECLAC, you've heard Marco explain this. We are doing several things: the network of local governments, the platform and portal of cluster initiatives, several dialogues with different agencies as private sector, and the cherry of the pie, something that keeps me very enthusiastic and stressful for Marco, is that we are publishing a new flagship that will begin this year, that is panorama of productive development policies in Latin America and the Caribbean. We have a panorama, an outlook of Latin American economies, the fiscal outlook, the prospects of foreign trade and foreign direct investment. But we didn't have until now in this outlook one in the total one of publications of different agencies and, and outlook of productive development policies. We have already one in the open that is to be out hopefully in August. To, and the idea is to continue as part of this effort of uh, positioning this key conversation and as broadly as possible the conversation of public policies, development of collaboration in the region. Well, with this, I conclude. Thank you very much. And I conclude with the following. I cannot but be very happy and satisfied with this strengthened partnership we have with CAF. It is an impressive institution, you know it well. It has a tremendous flexibility, enormous presence, growth of its loan portfolio. It is financial, yes, indeed, but it is a think tank as well with impressive reports and diagnoses. So, very, very enthusiastic and excited about strengthening this collaboration. And thank you very much. And have a good trip back home, those who need to go back home. Thank you very much, Secretary Salazar Chirinac. With your words, we are closing this CAF-CEPAL conference on behalf of CAF, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, and ECLAC. We want to thank all those who have been with us face to face in the room and those that have joined through the online. If you see again some of these sessions, you'll find them already recorded in the web page of this event. CAF.com or in our YouTube channel. Good afternoon, and now enjoy a cocktail that will be in the foyer of this room. Good afternoon, everyone.